your drink? Bounty picks up spills quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading value brand. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now, if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary.
Let's pause for a pure, crisp, smart water break. It's the vapor distilled, purely balanced pH smart water you love, fit for your go-to playlist when you're on the go. Visit drinksmartwater.com to learn more.
If you like new country music, listen to Hot Country, a playlist curated by Spotify. Find your favorite artists like Luke Combs, Kelsey Ballerini, and Thomas Rhett. Tap the banner now to listen to Hot Country.
What comes after that? The other part that is very fast, you know. Okay, so just repeat it from the start. This is enough. It has to be like that shine. There's not a lot of love like that. Okay, change it to me. Just let it light up mine. I'm gonna let it shine. That's very good. I'm gonna let it. Just let it light up mine. That's beautiful. I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this song bombs. Just let it light up mine. I'm gonna let it shine. That's very good. I'm gonna let it. Just let it light up mine. That's beautiful. I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this song bombs. And the darkness is my glove. Right?
Hello? Chat? We're here? I think I fixed the audio issue from last time.
Show you what that power of love can do. Like that, sir. It has to be like that. A little bit off.
We're watching this shit.
Just let it light up mine. I'm gonna let it shine.
It's
That's very good.
not a joke.
Just let it light up mine.
This is
That's beautiful. I'm gonna let it shine.
this
Just let it
exists
mine. I'm gonna let it
for real.
shine. Just let it
It's a conservative puppet show. I don't know who's here, but it's Johnny. But this guy's hot garbage. These 2 idiots, and I don't think we'll get the Sargon. He takes too long. But
Okay, she said, sorry for the typo.
if you're ready for some nightmare fuel,
I
This is I've seen a couple of these, but I haven't seen this one. I don't know why she's so loud. So, here, let's see if I can get a better plot. So, actually, you know what? I'll tell you a little story. She is a this is all according to her. She's a former meth addict who was a Craigslist rub and tug girl, and she stopped all that and learned true conservative values. And this is where we are now. Do you believe it? It's
beautiful day in Snortling's Hollow. We could learn a little something. Would you like to follow? They're pulling you left, but you might want to go right. Let's take a little trip and it could shed some light. If you don't agree with our point of view, you don't have to make a big to-do. Just watch another video stopping you. We're not trying to tell you what to do. Hello, everyone.
she makes me want to do meth. She's the absolute worst. It's terrifying. I don't know why she's like this. Like, yeah, I mean, have you seen this shit? It's awful. Did you see any? I don't know if you heard when I told you her story. She's a former meth addict who used to be in her exact words, a former Craigslist rub and tug girl. It's wild.
It's me, Mimsy Moon.
Yup.
Welcome one and all to another episode of Adventures in Snortling's
Mimsy
Hollow,
Moon.
where we teach you lessons and values from a conservative point of view. I'm expecting our co-host to get here any minute now. And there she is, right on cue. Well, hi there. Have you started the show yet? Well,
former as in like 5 minutes before she shot the video.
Well, pick me up. All right.
And here's her puppet co-host,
My friend, neighbor, and
who features in every video.
Hello again, everyone.
Who's that?
I can't
And
help
it's
but
Walsh.
notice your cute
Thanks for the
pink
follow.
kitty cat hat, Piper. What's up with that?
Welcome to this
Got that from my women's
insanity.
meeting. This hat symbolizes women's equality.
You know,
If you
we'll
mess
full
with
screen.
the kitty, you're gonna get the claws. Oh, rare. So I'm sure to go to a lot of meetings, rallies.
These edits. Yeah, the puppet, and the puppet is a straw man of a liberal, and it's awful. I mean, she still has a little bit of meth mouth going on, but she's a terrible ventriloquist. I mean, the puppet at least like looks pretty good, but it's just like, hello, Nitz Walsh. Welcome to this messy moon. So yeah, apparently we'll be learning about feminism today, and how feminism has gone too far. Learn conservative values for kids 13 and up. So I think she just says this because of YouTube stuff. Like you're not YouTube is technically for kids 13 and older, and you're not allowed to like monetize content meant for kids under. I don't know how YouTube does it, but you're not allowed to like monetize kids content as at least as much as you used to. So she might just be saying that just to like try and get out of that bullshit. But I don't. Has she ever met a 13-year-old? Yeah, I don't know if you came here from Jake's stream, but it's ooh, it's rough. But
Marches, parades, protests. Yeah, I'm an activist. It's kind of my thing. Well, everyone needs a thing. So what
her
are
thing
you
is
and
math.
the women meeting about today? Women's equality? Yes, women must fight for their equality, equal rights, and equal pay. Well, I'm a woman, and I believe in equality. Maybe I should join your women's group. Absolutely. The more the merrier. So what right will we be
Puppet
fighting
has a couple
for?
things correct.
The right to be treated the same as a man. I'm not sure I want to be treated like a man. What does that mean exactly?
I have a feeling she's gonna be like gonna pull like some gender roles bullshit, or it's like I swear to God, if she said it's gonna be like 2 steps away from like women need to be in the kitchen. It's not gonna be that far off. It's gonna be like it's not gonna be that bad, but we won't be too far from it. It's
Well, there's not enough women in the STEM fields. Oh,
correct.
Science, technology, engineering, and math. Those are some great jobs for sure.
Big
but
smart
I don't think
people
there's
stuff.
any rules keeping women out of them. In fact,
no, but there is social reasons that women do not tend to go into those fields, which are stuff like I mean, it has to do with a lot of reasons where it's like, oh, those are like I mean, it's getting better, but it's like the reason like the boys get Legos when they're little kids and girls get baby dolls. Like boys start to learn STEM, like well, very basic STEM concepts with their toys, and women or girls are told that you have to get ready to hold the baby correctly and give a big push. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they're encouraged. Do you know what other jobs don't have gender equality? No, which ones?
No. God, I used to make the same fucking point. Which, I mean, it's true, but like, you can be like, sewage workers, shitty job. Which, I mean, fair. They should all be 50-50. There are, like, disproportionate males in a lot more dangerous jobs because they think, oh, you're a man, you're supposed to be big tough. But they won't. They tend not to hire women. Women tend to be socialized, not to want to go for those more dangerous, dirty jobs because you're supposed to be, yeah, stuff like garbage. I don't know about like drivers or like the people who hold on to the sides, who like actually pick up the garbage. That's like, oh, that's too dirty for girls. And like, why you like this? And I used to make the same fucking point about how like, oh, you never see the feminists complaining that women, there aren't enough sewage workers as women. Yeah, that is a point, but it's like I mean, still don't even really know like counter that. It's also just like countering like it's more of like a liberal argument where it's just kind of like more female drone pilots. The job is just like an example of how we need to change how men and women are socialized differently. Yeah, like it pays surprisingly good. I have a one of my uncle's friends does that, and like it pays pretty good and it has like a good pension. So I mean, you make up for it for handling garbage. But let's see. I'm gonna say there are enough women in some shitty job like that. Sorry, hit my mic. I'm pulling a Hannah.
Construction workers, soldiers, plumbers, truck drivers, oil workers, coal miners, loggers, garbage collectors.
Did we not call it? Are we not prophetic? We really. Oh my god. Wait.
Sanitation workers.
I can read her meth mind.
Sanitation is a code word for poop. We don't want any of those jobs.
Nobody is saying that we don't want those jobs. It's just they're not the big talking point. Like, yeah. But nobody's response to that is the men can have those jobs. Like, of course, yeah, they're gonna talk about the better jobs first, and they're gonna talk about other stuff like that first because they're better jobs, they're gonna pay better, they're gonna be easier to encourage, and then once you start to balance out those and remove those stigmas, the other ones will start to balance out better. Like, you're not gonna go up to like a bunch of younger girls and be like, "Hey, you know what you guys should do? Pick up garbage." Like, they're not gonna want to do that. Still trying to figure out where to look. Should I like my camera or chat? But it's just like, but no, you can say like, here we can go to this group of younger girls and say, hey, do you want to build bridges? Do you want to do like cool engineering, science stuff? And then as you start to like remove the stigmas and those tend to balance out, you'll get back to where it is. Those other jobs should probably balance out in there.
But I thought you wanted equality. Oh, I see. You just want to share in the nice things men have while not sharing in the hard or yucky things that they do. Exactly. I'm sorry.
No.
Piper, to me, it looks like women have the right to do any job they want. They just choose to do certain jobs over others. That's not inequality. That's freedom of choice.
But there are factors that are sexist that factor into that freedom of choice. Too much meth.
Now we're talking. We also fight for a woman's right to choose. Oh, I see what you're getting at. Pro-choice versus pro-life. I know you gotta be on our side about this.
Or as I call it, anti-choice. I have a feeling the more I see of this woman, the lower my opinion gets. I really hope she isn't gonna be like super against abortion. Don't be, for once. Please don't be this garbage. Once.
This one, because you're all about our unalienable rights. You're all like, right 1, you're an individual. Right 2, the right to choose how to live your life. Right 3, your right to property and your body is your property. So finally we agree. So true, Piper. You're very smart. Oh, but you forgot something. Unalienable means no one has the right to take away anyone else's rights. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, no matter what stage of life you're in. My body, my choice. Well, at that point, it's not just your body we're talking about.
Yes, it is. You fucking idiot. The approach supposed to be the actual pro-life position, yeah. Because then you're getting into, oh, you're forcing this person who doesn't want a kid to have a kid, and they're probably not going to be the best parent. Probably not going to be the best person to have a kid. Like, I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. It's like, like slap some like information into her, like her meth-fueled brain. Nobody has the right to use your body without your consent. Can somebody force you to donate blood? No. Can somebody force you to have a baby? No. Same shit.
Am I right? Okay, Lindsay, how about the gender pay gap? Are you gonna...
Worse, straw man. She just offers like one counter, and then Piper's like, no, you're wrong, and then just moves on. Like, what are you doing? I really hope Jake gets to have a talk with her. She doesn't have a Twitter or anything, right? Merch, books. Oh yeah, she has actual the violin virtuoso problem. I'm not aware of that. But oh boy, I'll have to I'll have to tell Jake about this. If you want to learn more about some of the topics I discuss, my favorite influencers are. Oh, I'm covering up part of it. Where's the best way? There we go. Ben Shapiro, famous short man. Lauren Chen, just super racist. Anthony Brian Logan. I'm not aware. Anthony Brian Logan. Oh. Oh no. Oh, oh no. Oh, I think I've heard of that one. But God, this how many casted votes have they found in Georgia so Oh boy. Candace Owens crushed the feminist narrative. Candace Owens, you're a piece of shit. Harlan Borisenko, oh, I remember. Officer Tatum? I feel like I know. Brandon Tatum. uh, Interesting. It's just because more people voted. So yeah, Trump is gonna get more votes in a lot of places than he did previously. Oh, God. Conservative twins. Tim Pool. Oh, Blair. Famous dumbass Blair White. Harry Jordan Peterson. So. Oh, yeah, should have. Okay, yeah. So she does admit to. Oh, Gregory Tom. Hello. I think I saw you at Were you in Squid's stream? But maybe this. Oh, Gregory Term. I thought it was Tom. I'm dumb. Yeah. I luckily was dragged out of there. Okay, yeah. So she admits that she just does that. Um. Because she can't advertise it to people under 13. Yeah, so we're watching Methly Moon. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure how much longer she was gonna stream. I didn't wanna like stream at the same time as her just to like I didn't want to siphon viewers off of her. But it was getting kind of late for me, so I did want to get started on some of this hot steaming garbage. Oh, pronouns she her. Thanks for asking. Should probably put that somewhere on my Twitch, but yeah. Uh, yeah. So yeah, I assume because you're from Squids, you would know about Messy Moon, but I just found this little list down here where she lists some of her favorite influencers, and among them are Blair White, Tim Pool, and Ben Shapiro. All right. Back to how feminism has gone too far.
Of course I do. Equal pay for equal work is a right women have already fought for and won in the Equality Act of 2010. Then why is it a fact that women receive 75 cents for every dollar a man earns? Well, most of that just comes down to freedom of choice. Women often choose to work less hours and in less difficult and dangerous or yucky jobs than men do. I've only got one thing to say to you.
I mean, you could call them that. They're something. We already addressed this. They choose those jobs because they're socially stigmatized to not choose those jobs.
And what is that? Down with the patriarchy! Okay, well, maybe your women's group would be a good way for me to meet and make friends with other wives, mothers, and grandmothers. What? Things aren't the way they were in the horse and buggy days when you were young, Mimsy. Women aren't just wives and mothers anymore. They can actually do important things now. Your internalized misogyny is showing. There is no job more important and rewarding than raising the next generation, Piper. And
She said it. She said it. She said a thing. There's nothing more important a woman can do than squeeze a baby out of your vagoo. Apparently. Like, if you want to have kids, go for it, sure. Have them when you're able to financially and do so stably. But you can do more than that. Yeah. I was never this bad. I was never. Women are for popping out babies.
Having a stable, two-parent household is the best way to ensure your children's success
No,
in life.
she doesn't.
Okay, that's it, Izzy.
And you'd think,
you are
like,
officially
you'd think because of her background as a former rub and tug girl, she would be more sympathetic to a lot of these things, but unfortunately, she's not.
invited to my women's group.
Because she's stupid.
You are no feminist. Aww. Well, that's okay. If your women's group discriminates against women who don't think the same way that they do, you should stop calling it a women's group and start calling yourselves liberal women's group. Well, maybe we should. Yeah.
Does she think this is a gotcha? Like, oh wow, you don't want misogynists and racists showing up to your group? You should call yourselves the. You wonder what happened to her? Do you know her backstory, right? Yeah. Because she was a. I mean, my thought is just like. I mean, we are gonna. I do plan to watch. I have to go back to watch it, but we are gonna watch her walk away story after this, or maybe we'll watch we'll let whoever's in chat decide. I did find a John Doyle sketch that he did. I was not aware John Doyle was an actor. Fake News Network reacts to Pearl Harbor 1941 color heist. We're definitely watching that next. What turned her isn't going to. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, I think it's just because this content is awful. Because I feel like she could be very tokenized as somebody who is like, who pulled herself up by her bootstraps and was poor and impoverished and drug addicted and didn't turn to the evil of socialism. And it was. And instead turned into this. But I don't know if they want to tokenize her like they do with Candace Owens.
Yeah. Piper, yeah? Are you mad? No, Minzy. You just don't understand. It's not your fault. Okay, thank you for your patience. Would you like to come with me to Snortling's Hollow?
No.
Sure, Minzy.
Why does Piper always...
magic words? Magic words? Sure. The future is female! Diversity is our strength! Love trumps hate! Nasty women unite!
I haven't heard that last one. but I'm all down for it.
I was thinking more like that. Ooh, I'm Madame Fupa thing that you do. Now, I haven't thought of a new nickname
Madame
for you yet.
Fupa?
You can go ahead.
Does she not know what a fupa is? She doesn't know what a fupa is. Also like a low-key racist, but
Okay then. To
just
the
a
lamp.
smidge.
Okay,
We're
you ready?
salt lamp.
Look into the magical lamp and let your imagination take you away to the
Why is Piper trying to eat her hair? Look at this.
Imagination take you away
Like, why are you
to
trying
the
to eat her hair?
enchanted world of Snortling's Hollow. Ooh.
Here we go, gamers. We're on our way. God, this will never get old. I'll never do enough drugs. Me neither. I've done a couple in my day. And
So there I am in my usual spot, right outside of the Beaver Clan Gazette news office. And there's Luna and her coworker Georgie. They look like they're getting ready to go somewhere. So I asked,
coworker?
Hey Luna and Georgie,
that's a child.
Where are you two off to? Well, says Luna, it's actually been a slow
An actual
news day
child.
today, so we thought it would be fun to do a story about the cat show. We're on our way now. Oh, like a human interest story. I think actually been a slow news you two off to. Well, says Luna, it's actually been a slow news day today, so
why does she do this? Take. Listen to this.
Well, says Luna, it's actually been a slow news day today.
A slow news day? Just do another take. Like, I know she's not technologically competent, but you'd think, like, bare minimum. Like, there's obviously cuts in here. This isn't. This entire Snortling's Hollow bit. Oh, this poor dog. Yeah, I don't know, it might be. She might just do this whole thing in one take. Ooh. Double clicked.
So we thought it would be fun to do a story about the cat show. We're on our way now. Oh, like a human interest story, I asked. What's a human? Asked Luna. Oh yeah, never mind, I said.
Oh yeah, because
anyway, we show up at the cat
show.
show.
Oh, and I assume you both know, but these here, I think these are the weeblings. I think, no, I forget which ones are which, but I think these ones and these ones are basically the people of color. Yeah, I saw her shoe reaction video. Yeah, it was painful to watch. Even my meth noises weren't getting picked up by my mic. But she was just like, she wasn't even saying anything. She was just like going making meth noises. That's all she did. Boy, it was
And it's
it was hard to watch.
Everyone is having a great day and receiving awards for their lovely cats. I'm really more of a dog person myself.
Oh, I forgot that I didn't even see the cats. It's a dog. That's a dog. God, the cat's so yellow.
I'm enjoying it anyway. Oh, I love kitty cats. I'm a cat person. Yeah, I kind of thought you would be.
Hey,
But
where's
I
Piper?
have a question. Okay, what's
Doesn't
that?
Piper usually go with her?
So, Snortling's Hollow is like this other dimension, and they don't have any humans, and they have all of these crazy creatures, but they have cats.
It's got a point.
I guess it kind of transcend dimensions or something. May I continue? Proceed.
I'm waiting to see
Anyway,
how this ties
I
back into
started
the
up a conversation with
into
one
the
of
main
ladies.
story.
Congratulations on your cat award for best personality. She seems like a very nice cat. Oh yes, she says.
Very nice
My
cat.
cats are like my younglings, as I have never had any younglings of my own. I could sense the
Oh my god. Snortling's Hollow has a crazy cat lady. Oh, she makes them. You can enter a raffle for them on her Patreon. You may win a fairy house. You may win a handmade miniature. So she makes these. She makes these nightmare fuels. Like, I at least give her credit for the effort, but like, oh god, I gotta adjust this camera because I just get blown out whenever there's like a white page that shows up. Two patrons. I know one is from Jake's chat. I I wouldn't be shocked if both were. And they both just like send their shit to Jake. I think, yeah, she makes them. And you too can win one if you subscribe to our Patreon. But you can just give me money instead. And that reminds me, turn on my. Ooh, shouldn't show you that. But I was just turning on the bot because I forgot to do that. But you can give me money with I'm just kidding. But yeah, probably don't give her money.
her voice, so I asked, "Oh, was that a decision you and your husband made, or?" "No," she said, "I'm never married. I was a career girl. I was a very successful banker and made a lot of money and was able to buy a big house and a lot of nice things." "Oh, that sounds nice. So I
Yeah,
guess everything
sounds
worked out
nice.
good for you then," I said. "Oh, I guess, but I always felt like something was missing."
Oh my god. Here's a baby snortling or weebling or I don't know what else these ones are called. Pretty sure these ones are like supposed to be the black people. Yeah. It's really icy. There's a baby, there's a small one. It's
I always really wanted younglings and a family of my own, but I was too busy. One day I woke up and realized that my opportunity was passing me by. I tried, but never found the right healing, and, well, it's too late for me now. I always thought that a successful career was the most important thing in life.
but apparently if you chose not to have kids when you were younger and then you're like, oh, I kind of wish I had kids. Like, it, like I always like say like you have the right to regret. Like, sorry, I keep fidgeting with this thing. Like this is another thing I always bring up with like people being like, "Oh, transitioning, but it does irreversible thing." And it's like, yeah. I also have like the right to do things that I regret, but also transitioning has a lower regret rate. I forget what the actual stat is called, but it has a lower rate of regret than knee surgery. You don't see anyone going around complaining about knee surgery.
But I wish I could go back and do it all over again. I would do things differently. But at least I have my cat younglings. Do you think that's a pretty common story?
At least I have my cat.
Oh, yes, she answered. I am friends with many of my fellow cat ladies, and I'd say most of them have a similar story. Okay, Missy.
Of course.
That's enough Snorling's Hollow for me today.
Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna have to call you out on this one. What do you mean,
That's
Piper?
more than enough.
You are cherry picking your anecdotal stories just to support your particular point.
Wait, is that an Xbox? Is Mimsy Moon a gamer? Can I play Halo with Mimsy Moon? Pretty sure. The Xbox One. No, wait, images. Wait, what? No? What is that? Is that just like a DVD player? Unless she like... I don't even know which Xboxes are which ones. Because they did their shitty ass naming scheme. But Mimsy Moon
You know what anecdotal
might be a
means?
gamer.
Don't patronize me! Ooh, and you know what patronize means. Ah! Calm down. I'm just messing with you. But tell our friends what anecdotal means, because I didn't know what that meant for the longest time. That could be like the word of the day.
It doesn't sound like you
Anecdotal
know what
means
a lot means.
personal story, not a fact. That's right. It is an anecdotal story picked to support my point. But
Yep.
nonetheless, stories like that are a fact of life.
And
for many
anecdotal
women.
shit.
But you could have told a story about a
Xbox
woman
One Slim,
gave it all up
maybe.
for her career, got rich, and had no regrets.
You know, if
But that wouldn't support my point. I'm here to teach lessons and values.
this is not 1080p.
Mimsy? Yes,
But-
Piper. Are we through here? Sure, Piper.
Do you think
Want me to
Mimsy?
walk
If
you
I
home?
I don't think I
Are
don't know
you
if
sure you
MCC
can't
has
give me a
crossplay,
ride on your
but
dinosaur?
if I had an Xbox, do you think Mimsy Moon would
Very
play
funny. You know, because you're old-fashioned. Yeah, I get it. But I will still take that walk
Yeah, like.
home. Okay, let's go.
Oh wait, she leaned back and we got better lighting.
But I
Let's
will
find
still
out.
take that walk home. Okay, let's go.
Let's see. That's definitely like a USB port in the front. Let's see. Xbox One Slim. Images. It is. I guess it comes in black too. Black. It is. Mimsy Moon is a gamer. Let it be known. I think we're gonna have to. Tell Mimsy Moon to 1v1 me in Halo. And then we'll decide who has the correct opinion.
We now interrupt your regularly scheduled program with this important public service announcement. Conservatives have often been called the silent majority, and it's about time we stop being so silent. They might try to call us a racist, fascist, homophobe, but we know that's not who we are, so who cares what they say? It's time to speak up and tell the world who we are and how we feel. And what
She
better
got so
way to
aggressive.
do that than to wear an awesome shirt with a conservative message from the Snortlings Hollow merch shop. Check out just a few of these great original designs. Merch shop.
Original?
Check out just a few of these great.
Are you telling me Mimsy Moon? No one is. Wasn't Plato like proposing like left wing stuff? But also, I don't think she hired this man as a model.
Original.
Or this man. Who is gay, and I really hope not a conservative.
Designs
He's
that
kinda...
you can't find.
Ooh, yikes. Yeah, she definitely steals her merch designs. Yeah, she did.
We have great original designs that you can't find any.
What? Vegan conservative. Yes, we do exist.
Where else? We have.
Oh my god. We're so quirky. Like, oh, it might be because I think, yeah, she uses Teespring. Yeah, because I know they'll just Photoshop their. Just coming over to the Republican Party, all are welcome, except bears. Their wolf stings will freaking kill you. It's so quirky. But like, I still don't think that she designed a lot of these. They also just like, they don't. And I remember like, Jake has said like when he looked at her merch store that like she oh god. Oh, baby Swansea. It's why just I don't know why they're in two separate ones, but like I don't know, it just seems like I know Jake has said he's seen a couple things. Like, and they also, unless she's like commissioned a ton of pieces, like for merch, I think she definitely stole some things. Alright, let's see. Punks for Trump. Let's find out. This might be a fruitless effort. There might just be. It was like a. These are also like punks against. But she might just. They also, yeah, I like bears too. They're pretty cute. They're pretty cool. Let's look at a picture of some bears. Bears. Look at this guy. Pretty fucking cute. Way better than Metzi Moon. But like, unless she commissioned a bunch of stuff, like these are all very different styled and like there's so much for someone who has 600 subscribers.
T-shirts, tank tops, hoodies,
Bears are pretty cool.
and mugs. Something for the whole family. The link to the shop is in the description below. And for a limited time,
I want to see what this is. I want to see what that says under there.
If you send me a picture of yourself wearing my shirt, I'll put it in my show. Now back to your regularly scheduled program.
She's so aggressive.
I guess you can call this part Real Talk with
Crows,
Mimsy and Captain
crows are kind of
Winsy.
annoying.
So I guess you can tell I'm not a feminist.
Poor dog. Looks like he's having a terrible time. Shu loved this dog, and he's pretty fucking cute. But he looks like he's having an awful time.
Feminist, right? And let me tell you why. Sure, I believe in equality. Equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome.
Nobody wants equality of outcome. That's what nobody's asking for. I don't expect to be put in the NBA with LeBron James. That's like one of like 3 basketball names that I know. But I expect to be able I'm just trying to figure out a way to word it. I expect to be able to have like a chance to be in the NBA. I mean, I'm too short to be in the NBA. Most likely. Maybe I could just run through everyone's legs, but yeah, you can't have any equal opportunity with anybody. Yeah, they're just gonna be like, oh, women, you need to do this. Oh, this group of people, you're gonna do this. Like, she's so fucking stupid.
You know how I feel about unalienable rights.
Why is YouTube being all fucky?
Our right to choose for ourselves is one of my favorites. When women are free to choose, they often, and I said often and not always, choose to be wives and mothers.
Yes, maybe they do. But that doesn't mean you take away the other choices or make the other choices more difficult. I'm surprised she didn't mention fucking what's her name? Lori Alexander, the transformed wife. Seemed like sorry. You just had to like be like, oh, look at me, Mr. Tall Person over here. But I'm surprised she doesn't watch Lori Alexander. Maybe we can watch some of her. There have been a few. Also, like, when I'm, like, gay and bad at sports.
And when they choose jobs, they often choose to be nurses, teachers, healthcare workers, and even customer service and retail sales.
Because of how they're socialized as children. Why don't you get this? this is exactly what we talk about. Like, it's like it just goes in one ear past the meth and out the other. Like, I really hope. Yeah, I did not get the good at sports gene.
Now, just me saying this is probably pissing off a lot of people right now. But why? There's nothing wrong with these choices.
She's on to us.
They're all worthwhile and necessary pursuits which are likely to allow women the flexibility to pursue the most worthwhile choice of all, motherhood.
Women can do more than pop out babies. Crazy. I know, right? Also, some women can't have babies, and that's valid. So.
Without mothers, nothing else in this world would even be possible.
Yeah, basically, that's her. She's, she has like a weird libertarian facade, but like, really, she's just like, do things the way I want you to do them, and no other way is acceptable. Oh, fuck. You're Canadian? Can I get some of that healthcare, please? And some of your like not still the first wave of COVID. Like, let's see. Here's where I had to go home from college. And here's where we are now. God, I'm blown out. I really need to like. Maybe it's just because I have like a big monitor. It's all white. I don't know how to fix that, but I used to get what people played. Yeah, like I said, I think you said you were the same way, but I used to be a chud and like I didn't get like this like the internalized racism, internalized misogyny thing, but now I do, and I'm like, wow, I was a fucking idiot.
Have it all? Well, there's only so many hours in the day.
Yeah,
Sometimes something's
I gotta get a passport.
It will either be the attention you give your children or the attention you give your career. But some women do choose this difficult path.
Is there dark mode on regular Google? Or is it like an extension?
Okay.
Because I have dark mode on like most things, but
men and
just
women
like
are different. Their brains are different. Their bodies are different. Their appearance is different. Their instincts, personalities, wants, needs, different. Anyone who denies this is just plain denying reality. And our differences are wonderful because where men fall short, women tend to pick up the slack and vice versa. It's a symbiotic relationship that's been working since the beginning of time. Now, don't get me wrong. You can do anything in this world that you want to, if you truly want it. If you want to be the president of a giant corporation, or be a successful scientist, or a professional athlete, or anything else in this world, you can achieve it with talent and hard
sorry, I
work.
had to check out for a minute. She was she basically just said you can do anything as long as it's the thing I want you to do.
There is nobody or nothing that can keep it from you, whether you're a boy or a girl. And maybe having a husband or a wife and kids is the last thing you would ever want. and that's okay too. I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is feminists who don't support women's choices. They only support women who...
Nobody is saying don't have kids and don't get married. Nobody's saying that. Nobody. It's... God. If you don't have a problem with it, exactly. If you don't have a problem with it, why are you making this video? Why did you spend almost 20 minutes in an edited down video talking about it?
think what they tell them they should think. Isn't feminism supposed to be about women being free to make their own choices in life? Do they really think women need to be told what they can be and how they should think? Talk about patronizing. There is nothing more important for a healthy and prosperous society than a strong family unit. And
Please don't tell me she's gonna go down the 1350. I have a feeling she might do it 1350. I don't know if she'll do it in this video, but in another video, she might go 1350 on us.
it should be encouraged and celebrated, not discouraged and shamed. Feminism used to be necessary. We did have to fight for our rights and for equality. And guess what? We won.
I used to think the same thing. I was like, oh, third-rate feminism is just a bunch of babies crying and we just want things for free. But no. Then you actually listen to the arguments and understand them. And it starts to make sense.
Now we think we're entitled to special treatment, and
Nope.
we're yelling at the world until it gives us what we want.
No.
This is not the path to happiness or fulfillment. If women still want to keep fighting, they should help to fight for equality for women in the Middle East. They're the ones whose human rights are...
We are. And we're saying a good way to do that is not bombing them with drones. Oh yeah, she definitely thinks that racism ended in at the Civil Rights Act, and racism was stomped into the dust on January 1st, 2008, 2009, 8, 2009, I think. 2008 or 2000, whichever one it was. When Barack Obama was elected president. Oh yeah, she definitely has like a kindergarten understanding of every single one of these issues. It's just
being violated. Now, is
it
everything
goes right
absolutely
in
perfect
an ear
and 100% equal for every single person?
through her smooth
No. Life isn't
F
perfect
brain
and it never will be. But
out
there's
the
never
other
been
ear.
a better time or a better place to be female than right here and right now. Now that's
Also,
something to be
Gregory,
grateful for.
I noticed
If you appreciate
probably
what
hit
I'm
that
doing,
follow
please
button,
support me by
friend,
buying my
and
book
anybody
from
else
the
who's
Adventures in
hearing.
Smartlings Hollow series, available on Amazon.
Jake has one of these. I forget which one he has. I think he has the first one. But yeah, yeah, I will show Gregory that we should smack that follow button. Yeah, like we had a black president. There you go, you did it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm bad at shilling. Even though I set up. I should actually set it to exclamation point shill to change the command. That'd be funny. The fuck? Your uncle had an effigy of Obama that he would shoot at? That's wild. And people are like, Trump. I will put money on that your uncle also is like all these dang liberals with their Trump derangement syndrome. It's just like, bitch.
Link in the description below. There's also a link to buy my merch book.
Okay, yeah. She's just chilling for the rest of this. But there's also the grave. Obama.
As you all know, President Obama is a real man of the people, and yesterday he dropped by a popular Virginia restaurant to grab a burger with his pal Joe. Now take a look at him ordering his burger with a very special condiment.
Just your basic cheddar cheeseburger, medium well. I just want mustard. No
Right there's my biggest criticism of Obama. He orders a cheeseburger medium well. Medium well? No. That shit better be medium rare. Nice and bloody when you bite into it. Oh. I'm gonna have a burger for lunch tomorrow. Yeah, the cope is pretty strong.
If you got like a spicy mustard or something like that, or a Dijon mustard, something like that, a Dijon mustard, something like that, a Dijon mustard, something like that.
Oh, this is an edit from the day.
Vice President had hamburgers for lunch. President reportedly had Dijon mustard.
You asked if they had any Dijon mustard.
Who eats a cheeseburger with Dijon mustard? What is that?
I like mustard on my burgers. Alright. You guys in chat. You don't get a choice for burgers. Oh, really? That's weird. Is it just always well done? If so, I am so sorry. Yeah, I hate yellow. I do not like yellow mustard. Like, I like spicy brown Dijon mustard. Like, when I went to Five Guys, I'd always, like, Five Guys is what turned me on to getting mustard on burgers. Because at my old school, there was a Five Guys right across the street. So it was like a little bit longer. It was like a 2-minute drive, 2-3 minute drive. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have burgers cooked incorrectly. But yeah, and it was just like I would just get like usually because either A, anxiety, and I just did not want to like have to fiddle through like specifically saying what I ordered. I wanted to be able to say it in the least amount of words. Or B, I was stoned when we went, and I just wanted to be able to get the interaction over with because ordering shit while you're stoned is a nightmare. So I just say like double cheeseburger all the way. Boom. It'd be ketchup, mustard, mayo, pickles, onions. I could go for some fucking Five Guys right now.
He doesn't like ketchup? What kind of man orders a cheeseburger without ketchup?
Laura Ingram. And we're the ones who get upset over nothing. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. Yeah, if you ever don't like pickles, sorry, you're wrong. Ketchup. I'm not, to be honest, not a fan of ketchup. As an American, not a huge fan. I would rather, like most of the time when my mom makes burgers at home, I don't put ketchup on it. Because whenever she does make them, she usually doesn't make like just like a plain cheeseburger. It's usually something else on it. So, like, I got that. I'm just like, why do I need ketchup? But even when it's just a plain burger, I'm like, I could do without ketchup. I have not had those. I have had there's one we have here. Yeah, I'd rather, if I do put ketchup on it, I put a little bit. I do not want it like squishing out the sides. If I do put ketchup on it, I mix it with mayo. And then you get like that McDonald's secret sauce kind of mixture going on. And that shit is good. I think ketchup is a good starting point for sauces. And then you add shit to it. And then you get something good. But ketchup is just kind of like those canned tomatoes. Like they're a good starting point. Nothing to write home about.
But Dijon mustard.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that fancy burger, Mr. President.
Also, to be honest, for a while, I thought he actually asked if they had like Grey Poupon. I didn't know he just asked for Dijon mustard, which is like what? How much? Dijon mustard. Let's see, shopping. 99 cents. For a 12-ounce bottle. $0.99. This one. Walmart brand, Dijon mustard. $1.76. Grey Poupon. 16-ounce bottle or jar. $4.60. French's, here's the good shit. $3. Ketchup and mayo with some cayenne pepper. That's good. I've been starting to get in. I got into before I got kicked off campus because of the America virus. Let me see if I can fix that. I just had to see if I can just adjust this to the screen. But I got into like the it's like the Japanese spicy mayo, where it's sriracha mixed with mayo for my fries. That shit's real good. Alright, so since there are a couple of people in chat, which would you rather watch? Mimsy Moon's Walk Away story, or a John Doyle skit, where John Doyle attempts to be funny, I would assume. And if you 50-50 vote, I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, I don't mind talking about this for a minute, but yeah, my egg was cracked. I was I was a Blair White. I was like Blair White. I was I didn't go full true scum, but I was bordering on it, more so just because of not really understanding it, rather than um, rather than just being Blair White and just like disliking it. It's because like I have really bad dysphoria, and like passing is a big thing for me. And like Blair White, I kind of looked out. I am like on the more effeminate side, as opposed to. I mean, I know she wouldn't mind me saying this because she even says about herself. But I hope she doesn't mind. I'm sorry, Hannah, if you do. But Hannah, um, thanks, Gregory. But yeah, like I didn't go full true scum, but I didn't never like just because like I never understood it. But I was like I used to watch Blair White. Let's see what Blair White's doing. Blair White. Oh wait, we gotta hear a shitty intro. Reaction to transgender kids. Good stop. The truth of why I'm still not a parent. This pedophile tuber just got busted, and I don't know. I read J.K. Rowling's transphobic, but okay, it's like I think everybody can agree Cuties is garbage. In death set. Fuck you, literally. Why I'm leaving LA? Probably because people fucking hate you. Truth about Trump and the trans community. Yeah, I used to watch her a lot. It was bad. He's so dumb. Yeah, I really feel bad for anything I said while I was still a chud. We also have we're not gonna watch Sargon. We also have the young conservative brothers who are garbage. Oh, you do? Ooh, that's unfortunate. Cause I mean, like, I'm not gonna be a transphobe like Blair White and be like, but I still think she's a bit just from like, I mean, I haven't seen anything new about her since this thing over like a year ago, where she was going to like a women's only like spa, and when they wouldn't wax her dick, sued them. Just, but I'm pretty sure Blair White misgenders her in that video. Yeah, she's kind of problematic, and it's kind of like she's kind of ruining the whole like trans movement because conservatives will be like, see, the this is what the transgender movement is Jessica Yaniv, and it's not. She's just a garbage trans person, and she just like he just kind of sucks. So. Alright. I think I'll finish this first. I'm gonna go pee. And we'll come back to John Doyle's skit of of fake news and Pearl Harbor. But I had never seen this. I don't think Jake has covered it because I watched most trash streams. But yeah. Luckily I never had like too many friends who were like that. But I do follow one person who I knew from high school, and I only really like talked to him because we were on the cross country team together. And he's like a full Trump supporter, and I've been following on Instagram lately just to watch the cope, and it's sweet. Anyway, I'll be right back. Professional be right back logo, and I'll give you some vibes to have. And I'll be right back.
Link established. Mic on. Link established. Mic on.
So in your computer there are some hackers. They are trying to stop all the services, ma'am. You can see on your scanner, ma'am.
Where is it?
Ma'am, these all are your computer services, and on the right hand side below the status you can see that it's showing you stop, 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 stop running, stop running, 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 stop, stop running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop running.
I can turn it off for them if they want.
Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop. Stop,
Link established. Mic on.
running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop.
Why are they trying to turn my computer off?
Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop.
Okay, do we have to read all of them?
So you can see that your ma'am in your computer there is no any kind of security. Okay, in your computer there is no any protection that by some hackers found in your computer. Today or tomorrow all the services stop and your computer would be crashed, ma'am.
Why would they do that? Then they can't use it anymore. Why are they trying to turn my computer off?
Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop running.
I can turn it off for them if they want.
Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop.
Why are they trying to turn my computer off?
Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop. Stop, stop running, stop running, running, stop.
Link established. Mic on.
Oh yeah. So I have wireless headphones, and the sexy lady who lives in them will yeah, the sexy lady who lives in them will talk to me when when it reconnects to the computer. And usually I'm just too lazy to take them off, so when I like walk around my house, I'll occasionally like come back into the range. Yeah, I mean, was it? If I'm sorry, if I'm streaming in the future, we'll probably take them off, just because I forgot that gets picked up by Streamlabs. Okay, so since I mean, yeah, it's not too bad, just cause it's just like mainly because I have an older house. I live in an older house. Not, I mean, it's my house, but so like a lot of the walls aren't very conducive to wireless signals. So a lot of the walls will cut off the signal. Like as I'm walking around, like normally at my dorm, I'd be fine, and I can walk around my dorm and keep the signal. But here, I walk around some walls, it cuts out. I'll walk around a different wall, it'll go back in. Walk around, take 2 steps more, it cuts out. It is weird, but
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's John Doyle. Just for reference, I am a little under a year older than this 12-year-old right here. Yeah, he was born in December of '99. I forget, Baja. Who, I mean, I assume both of you are familiar with Hannah and Jake. Yeah, I just kind of forgot Streamlabs picked it up. But, I mean, just for future, I might take it off. Just if I do this more regularly and there's more people here. But, yeah, I am less than a year older than John Doyle. Oh, you're July of '99? Okay, so you're older than John Doyle. And more correct than John Doyle. He's a, as you can see in this video, doesn't look like he has a, see, he has like a bit of neck beard hair coming in. Not to shame him, but he acts like big man. Yeah, one of the mods that I could post it here because I was talking chud stuff from an ex-chud point of view, and yeah, I mean, you're here, so I guess you at least have some correct opinions. But yeah, I also, just for some reason, cannot not look at him and see my cousin who's like I forget how much younger. He's now a fresh, so he's 3 years younger. Sorry, it's just I forget because he acts like a little baby, little bitch, and because he's the same age as my best friend growing up. His younger brother is the same age as my cousin, and that always baffled me because they do not act the same age. But John Doyle physically reminds me of that cousin, and I cannot unsee it. So now I'm stuck with that image in my head. So anyway, let's get to his FNN. FNN. John Lemon. Japanese naval exercise may have affected Hawaiian harbor. Of FNN reacting to Pearl Harbor attack. It's always interesting when history appears to repeat itself. Also, if CNN people are reading this, this is inarguably parody covered under fair use. What? What about this would not be? What? Movie on in TV? What are you, a boomer? Like, what's his regular TV anymore? Watch Netflix. Oh yeah, life is so much better on the other side. If we could bring John Doyle over, we can bring anyone. God. Why is he putting this? Does he actually use any footage? Or does he just like parody their layout? Keep sharing this until President Trump tweets about it. He's not president anymore. John, I don't think you can just upload a full clip from CNN. 2 months ago. Why are so many of these comments from 2 months ago? 1 month ago. People actually watch.
And thank you for joining us as we have breaking news coming out of Hawaii, as the headquarters of the United States Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor has been severely damaged in what looks to be a catastrophic display of negligence by the Roosevelt administration. Joining us now is senior political analyst Jack Doyle here at FNN to break down the situation. Jack,
Doyle.
Thank you for being here. Can you tell us what's going on? The president keeps calling it a Japanese attack. Do you think that this is sending the wrong message? Thanks for having me, John. Yeah, I'd be glad.
I just realized his eyes don't look.
To do that, I think that you may.
Both of his eyes don't look at camera at the same time. I mean, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? I mean, you don't have to share if you don't want to, but I'd just be interested just to see, like, just because I know, like, the Hannah and Jake channel do have a interesting age demographic, but one eye looks at camera, one eye looks at the appears to look at the if he has like a regular video camera that has like the viewfinder.
I misspoke when describing the event, and no, I don't think that the president is sending the wrong message at all.
Props to him for wearing a different tie. I think the jacket is the same. I think he just wears a pin. In this one, it might be slightly different. Yeah, the lighting or color correction is slightly different in these two. That's why the jacket looks a little different. 39. Yeah, you're not that old, but old political compass test. Oh boy. That'll be a doozy.
Because what's happened is a Japanese attack on the United States naval base at Pearl Harbor. I'm sorry, and I have to interrupt for a second. Let's try not to point fingers as to who's responsible for this.
Nobody would do this. I know he's trying to make satire, but just like nobody would say Pearl Harbor was not an intentional attack from the Japanese. Yeah, same shirt, same jacket. It is a real tie, I'll give him that. It's not a clip-on. Not a clip-on.
Before we have all of the facts. What? Well, you just claimed that it was a Japanese attack. Right, that's completely factual. Well, we try to avoid using alternative facts here at FNN, and my producers are actually telling me that this attack just came from Japan, but that doesn't mean that we can just declare it as a Japanese attack. That's actually exactly what that means. Well, you know, we just want to try to avoid scapegoating anyone in particular right now as the story is unfolding and we're still sorting out the details. But can you comment on the blood that President Roosevelt has on his hands?
If his mother, who he lives with, I mean, I'm not gonna shame him. I still live at home, and but no shame in that. But I only shame him. I should drink this before I start talking. I talk with my hands a lot, so I tend to. So I spilled a little bit. But I'll only shame him because I know he's like pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of boomer ass. Yeah, like I'm still in college, so normally if COVID wasn't a thing, most of the year I would be at school. Um, yeah, and yeah, you live with your grandma. That's cool. It's really sweet of you. But it's just like I know people, John Doyle, and people like John Doyle will shit on people who still live at home. Like he would probably make fun of me as like, oh, you're just somebody who lives in their mom's basement. Oh, blah blah blah, stupid liberal. I'm not fucking liberal, and I don't live in a basement. I live on the think it's the ground floor. I don't know. My house is my house is just kind of like organized, kind of weird. But I know he'd shit on me for doing. You know, he does the same thing. And sorry, um, just like he doesn't use the intro in this video, but I'd put money on that his heck off Kami intro. His mom filmed that, and the girl who he kisses is just like a friend. What do you think John Doyle could honestly have a friend who is female? Like even one of those like trash conservative women. Like do you think this 12-year-old could like be around a female and her just not be like repulsed by him? Yeah, it might be like his cousin or like maybe his sister. Like I'd put money on it's a relative.
And since he failed to protect us from this incident, I don't think that the president has failed at all. I think that his response to this has been swift and it's been effective. I mean, the president has lifted the American morale. He's called for a suspension of naturalization proceedings for Japanese immigrants. So, Jack, why do you...
Maybe somebody who, but I feel like John Doyle is one of those people who like just being around him, he just tell you like, what are you doing outside of the kitchen? Like kind of people. Like I don't think he hides his garbageness from the people around him. Which makes me afraid to meet his parents. Like John Doyle, why are you like this? Any subs? This is 275,000. Ow. You know what? I gotta see. What's his oldest video? By oldest. 2 years ago. Okay. So he was 18 when he started this. Totalitarian USA political right with I don't know who that is. Is that J.K. Rowling? Yeah, like he probably gets this from his parents. And I think that's partially because I don't think he went to college. I don't think yeah, he definitely didn't go to college. I don't he might have he maybe went to public school. Maybe. Kathy Griffin? Okay, yeah. I remember this like photo shoot coming out. I mean, my camera is blocking it, but I'm too lazy to move it because I have to line it up with my overlay, my very professional overlay. But yeah, I'd say maybe public school is a maybe for John Doyle. I also know he lives in Michigan somewhere. I forget where. I think Baja as like her house, his house knows like where he lives. Baja did like a whole digging up on him, and yeah, I'd say maybe on the public school, possibly private school. I'd say private school would be. I'd say 50% private school, 40% private, and 10% homeschool. Oh, he was fired. I'm not surprised. If I was the manager, as soon as I saw that picture of him pointing a gun at the camera in his subway uniform, I would have fired his ass. Regardless of this shit. If it was this, okay, yeah, he's hot garbage. But I don't know if I could fire him for this. But I could fire him for for having a gun at work and pointing it at the camera. Yeah, I think I watched him take it with John Doyle, and John Doyle like BS'd his to like get it more centrist and like more towards libertarian, because he is political. Ooh. Compass. I think John Doyle is what? This is a terrible one. Okay, let's see if we can find a more reasonable one. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the sole reason he got fired from his only job. That I'm pretty sure that's his only job he's ever had. Okay. This one here seems more accurate than this one. But Hitler and Obama are on the same right to left. I'd say Obama is maybe. Here. Maybe like somewhere around here. He's a little bit more left leaning, but let's see. I'd say okay, so the general consensus is Hitler is here. I'd say John Doyle is right around here-ish. Somewhere around Trump, Reagan, up towards the authoritarian levels of Hitler. Okay. Have fun. Let me know what movie you're watching. Uh, Hope you enjoy. Yeah, like, God, it's ISIS. ISIS is top. What? Nazis are top left. The USSR is top. US. Okay. I don't know if the USA is this far libertarian. It. Yeah, he would take that as a compliment. He'd take that as a compliment because Hitler. But
We think it's okay to suspend Japanese immigration as a result of this incident. Do you have a problem with people that come from other countries? Of course not. But the idea would basically be that this crisis poses a risk to our national security, and since we have to protect the American people, we should suspend all immigration from the place in the world that.
okay, even if you do that, there's a difference between suspending immigration and putting Japanese people in camps. The US had concentration camps for Japanese people during World War II. Does he not get that we just took US citizens who happened to be of Japanese heritage and put them into a camp because they were Japanese? Does he not get this? How is he this stupid? Sorry, I talk with my hands a lot, and see. Oh, so this was your. Let's peep this. Oh, before you started getting chuddy. Okay. Not bad. I haven't actually finished it, but I'd say I'm somewhere down close to where Jake is. Because Jake was like here, I think. Or one of these four. And I'd say I'm like broadly in this corner. Study. Here's your new. See. Okay, yeah. I'd say I'm somewhere in a similar area. When I was chuddy, let's see, where do I think I was? I don't know if I ever made it into the authoritarian half. Because I seem to remember being more unlike the libertarian, do what you want. There's no one stopping you side. So I was maybe I was definitely trending in like this line. I don't know if I went far enough to be on right wing. That's because like I was fine with sorry. I was fine with like gay rights and stuff like that. I started to get iffy on like non-binary, because ooh, it's not a boy or a girl. That's ooh something scary. But so I might have been. Oh, I said at furthest here. I was at maybe like in this little chunk here. That's probably where I was.
Caused this again, which is the Japanese didn't cause this crisis. There's a difference between causing something and acting in ways that directly result in something. Literally, there is not. Jack, you seem to be very focused on what the Japanese people have done. But do you care to comment on the actions of the Roosevelt administration that led to this? Do you care to comment on the embargoes, for example? Yeah, I'd be happy to. I mean, the Japs have been looking to strengthen. Easy. What's the problem? Let's try to avoid using racial slurs on national.
Alright. How much money do you want to bet that John Doyle says Japs is not a racial slur? Ooh, oh, you got eugenicsy. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, the most I got, which, I mean, even still, I kind of like say like take it into consideration, just because like I might have EDS, which I, let's see. It works. You don't have to. I really like I want to emphasize like you don't have to. I was just joking. But yeah. I mean even still like just because I might have EDS and like I had one of the big reasons I haven't gotten tested for it is just because it's something that doesn't really affect a ton of stuff, especially like in the level that I have it, unless you're having kids. So it's just like I just say take it into consideration if you have disabilities that you could be passing this on to somebody else. And it's just, but I don't think we should say, oh, you have a disability, no baby for you, no hard pee, no cummies. I mean, if you say that, but I just want to make sure that I just don't seem like I'm just like, give me your money. Like, I just want to make sure you have your shit paid for and you have your, because like I said, I live at home. Both my parents work, and it's just like most of the stuff is just gonna be going towards future stuff or also yeah, American healthcare. Yeah, like that's another reason. Like if I could go get tested for it and it was free, sure, why not? I'll go get tested for it. Which is like I don't want to go like recently I had it. I started developing allergic reactions to something, and I didn't know what it was. So first, I got a blood test to figure out to try and find out what it was, and found out that cost thousands of dollars to go get a blood test. And I forget how much my parents wound up paying just after insurance and stuff. Just like we should not have to pay this much. Yeah, I mean that's still a ways away. I haven't started yet. if I wind up going back on campus next semester, I might start it next semester without coming out to my dad first. But we'll see. All right. Let's see. Does John Doyle defend using a racial slur?
National television, okay?
Because we know this is strawman liberal. This is just John Doyle.
How is that a racial slur? There is no such.
How is Jake not watch this video?
Thing is the Japanese race. Well, it's still offensive. Maybe so, but it's also.
Yeah, yeah, no, I know that's what I love about this community. They're real good for that stuff. But John Doe was like, "That's not a racial slur." Yeah, yeah. If COVID didn't happen, I probably would have started in the spring. But just as I was starting to like get ready to make an appointment, that's when like, oh, there's a COVID case in New York, and I live in New York, and I go to school like kind of close to New York City, not in the city, but somebody's like, oh, somebody has it in like Chinatown or whatever, or like Manhattan and whatever. I forget where the first cases started, but it was somewhere in like the New York City area. And so it's just like, shit. And just some shit started to lock down, and then all of a sudden, like, boom. We don't have classes in person. We don't have. And then also we have online classes, and then also we're kicked off campus, and it's like, shit went crazy real fast. And I am still on my dad's insurance. And we'll see what happens with insurance after that. That's hopefully, fingers crossed, Joe Biden will take care of that for me and I won't have to worry about it. So, and one thing I know you're like the only person actually, I don't know, maybe there's more people actively watching. Oop, accidentally clicked that. But yeah, but I just gotta try and figure out where to watch because chat is down here where I'm looking now. I tend to sometimes look at my camera like on the Streamlabs, which is right here that I'm looking at right now.
Called it.
Dreg. $5. Thank you. This is what this. You're the first. I just got my notification. Somebody said $5 to my PayPal, and I'm glad that didn't show up because that's my dead name. Thank you so much. I fucking love you. You didn't have to. I mean, to be honest, I'll probably spend it on a game to play on stream, so we'll see. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you. That completely destroyed my train of thought. Let's just go back to John Doyle defending racial slurs.
Efficient, and thousands of American lives were just lost, but you want to waste time with me in a semantics battle over what words I'm using or how I'm labeling this crisis? Where are your priorities at?
So he might as well have just said, what, you saying Black Lives Matter? Why can't I just say Edward Lives Matter? What's the difference? We're just talking demographics here. Like, I mean, to be honest, out of all the racial slurs, I'm not gonna say it, but the one he said is the one that, like, even I as a chud didn't really get is a racial slur, just because it sounds like shorthand for that, like, ethnicity. And it's rough. But yeah, I do play games. I've been playing Dead by Daylight, Valorant, Overwatch. Started getting back into Hearthstone. So, that's usually what I'll probably do, but occasionally I'll do some of this nonsense. Yeah, that's one that's like, I'd say that's like a 3 out of 10 on terms of like the racial slurs tier list. I'll be right back again. I do have to pee again. So that beer makes you gotta peel. What? Where is it? Phobia? It's on sale. I'll put that $5 towards it.
Link established. Mic on.
Okay. I'm back, as it was announced by the sexy lady. But yeah. Yeah, Phasmophobia is what I want to get. Let me check on Steam. I know it's like, do I have it on my wish list? Phasmo. Oh, it's $14. Yeah, if it goes on sale, I'll definitely get it. And I'll put that towards. And you're definitely welcome to join me if when it's probably at this point it's when. But back to John Doyle saying racism is okay.
Embargo exists in response to aggression from Imperial Japan throughout Southeast Asia, particularly within the French colonies of Indochina. And so that's a mighty word salad there, my friend. A word? What does that even mean? Well, you seem like you're trying to avoid addressing the uncomfortable truth, which is that President Roosevelt designed these embargoes to target the Japanese people.
I mean, which is correct. I mean, it was technically designed to embargo the Japanese people. But if you want to Steam, sure. Oop. Open my Steam. I'll add you right now. That's Gregory. There we go. Got you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you play. Oh, Dark Souls. That gotta show you. If you play Dark Souls, I got something to show you. Check out this shit. I don't know how well you're here to see it. Dark Souls 2 last year. After I fell in love with it after the this is not a good picture of Blair White. Sorry, I just saw that. I was just like, ooh. Yeah. But yeah, I'd definitely be down to play some stuff sometime. I've been wanting to get Phasmophobia. At this point, I'm just waiting for it to go on sale. The winter sale should be coming up in like a month. So I'm sure Phasmophobia will be like half off or something. So I'm sure your $5 will go towards that. Yeah, I never got super into the PvP, even in like a lot of games like that where like PvP is like an optional thing. I never got super into it. It was just it was kind of wild. It was why you gotta come into my game and just kind of like tell me to and just like fuck with me. Like what? I mean, like, no shame on you. I get it. I'd do the same thing if I was better at the game. One of my friends messaged me about Messy Moon. I don't know if he watched. Or one of my friends is asking me about Messy Moon. Okay, so FDR demonstrators emotional immaturity, assures USA will never forget. Jack Doyle, anti-Japanese bigot. They got one thing correct. You got one thing correct. Fucking bigot. Good old John Doyle the bigot.
Did that need to be said? Like I just explained to you the actions that were taken by the Japanese, which are the reasons for the embargo. Jack, and you're trying to make it missing the point.
Sorry.
No, you're twisting my words. Jack, I'm not doing that. Yes or no? President Roosevelt designed the embargoes to target the Japanese people. How is that? Like, are you asking me if Japanese people live in Japan? What kind of... Yes or no? Sure. So we agreed. I don't think so. So then you hate the Japanese people? I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with...
Telling you, this is just John Doyle answering how he actually feels. And this is some crazy straw man of a liberal.
With the Japanese people, I think that they're great people, but their government is terrible. Imperial Japan has overseen some of the greatest human rights violations in the history of the world, frankly. Actually, they've done a great job. In fact,
this is not even a straw man. This is a shit man. It's like you're gonna make a scarecrow, but you didn't have any straw, but you had like a porta potty. So you just made it out of shit, like human feces. And this is John Doyle. Is it sad? Then I still feel that this man is doing better than John Doyle. So fucking stupid. You fucking toddler.
they've helped us to hold our own leadership accountable, our own leadership that placed unnecessary embargoes on them through an act of racism and xenophobia. And I think that the rhetoric that we've heard from the president.
Oh, I don't know a ton about the war in the Pacific. I should learn. I should look into it more. But from what I know, Japan started invading other countries in Asia. Like started invading China, Malaysia, Singapore, a lot of other countries in that area. And US placed an embargo on them so they would not trade with them. And because the US did not want to get involved in World War II until Pearl Harbor happened. And a similar thing happened with Japan. With Germany, not Japan. Sorry. At the yawn. But US was very much trying not to get involved in World War II, which understandable, but after World War II, we became USA, World Police. And then we're here where we are now, after sinking millions, probably billions of dollars into the Middle East, which was bullshit. We kind of fucked up. Like, we're better keeping with the World War II model of not getting involved in the conflict. Like, of trying not to get just like thrust ourselves into every conflict in the entire world. Of playing USA World Police. Like, stop. No one wants you. We can't just force our democracy into every country in the world. And when a country tries to go into socialism, we'll just like fund a coup, an insurgency in that country. Which is why when people like us say socialism is great, it's fantastic, and people are like, oh yeah, what about Brazil? What about Argentina? What about all these other countries where the U.S. Funded and started insurgencies and coups in all those countries? Oh yeah, we spent way too fucking much on our military. Which, I mean, there's an argument for it because we spend the most just by dollar amount on our military, but if you factor it into our country's whole, what's the word for it? Shit, I forget the word for it. So, like, our country's whole, like, but regardless of what the word for it, but we spend the least amount, like, of percentage of our wealth, GDP, that's it. We spend the least percentage of our GDP on our military compared to a lot of other countries. Just because we're like America, superpower, and insanity. And America, you fucking suck. Like, and we still have like several $1 billion, like probably even like a couple $100 billion before we get to being second on most the highest spending of military budget. And we can take that several $100 billion and, I don't know, do something like end homelessness. And just no one will be homeless. Isn't that insane? Like, no more homeless people. Zero more. How insane would that be? Just like, oh yeah, these people, I mean, I think I might have saw one a while ago, but like when I went to the city, I saw like multiple. But it's just like they could just have a place to live with like a roof, like heating. There's a radiator back there. They could have that, like water and a toilet, shower. America's treatment of homeless people is disgusting. Worse than this child himself.
Presidents and from yourself is harmful, and I think that it has the potential to cause a lot of anti-Japanese sentiment in the country because our rhetoric will. Yes, not the attack, just our rhetoric. Right? Jack, again, you're missing the point.
Yes, based on the fact that you put Japanese people in camps.
People need to stop blaming others. They should just stay calm and just stay inside until all of this blows over. What do you mean we shouldn't blame others for this? Like, shouldn't someone be held accountable for this? Shouldn't the country responsible be held accountable? And what do you mean people should just stay inside?
I also like
Don't
how
you know
he
that they
couldn't
have
even
jobs
like
to do? How are they supposed to
style
provide
his
for their
hair
families? See, this is what I'm talking about.
for this.
Everyone is saying, oh, well, I want this. Oh, and I want that. No one is talking about what the country wants. And by the country, of course, I mean Japan. And that's selfish thinking. Japan wants to kill everyone, John. Well, then that's their prerogative.
John Doe, you are so fucking stupid. I don't care if you clip this and directly send it to him. John Doyle, you are a fucking moron. Suck my girl penis.
And you should be more open-minded. How are you employed? Jack, it's clear to me. And you should be more open-minded.
This right here? What? Not this John Doyle, but the real John Doyle over there is gonna say, is what I say to John Doyle every time I see his face.
How are you employed?
I'm gonna soundbite that. I will. That'll be my new. Whenever I do get like not partnered, but affiliate on Twitch, that'll be my sound. How are you
Jack,
employed?
It's clear to me that you and I are not exactly on the same page here, so why don't we bring in our next guest to help clear things up a little bit?
Let me guess, is it gonna be another John Doyle in a different tie? Same jacket, same hairstyle, same glasses. Couldn't even take off his glasses. What a lazy fuck. Pull
Imperial
yourself
Japanese
up by your
Officer in Chief
bootstraps,
Tokyo
Edward.
City Correspondent.
Uh-oh. Imperial Japanese Officer. Is John Doyle gonna do yellow face? I need to take my drink before this so I don't spit it out all over my keyboard. Even though John Doyle, this 12-year-old child, is absolute garbage, I still have enough faith in him to say, if John Doyle does Yellowface, you owe me $50. Also, like, if he actually does Yellowface, I don't want to pressure you to give me any money. But if John Doyle does Yellowface, you owe me $50.
Fukuyo Amatica, thank you for joining. Are you kidding me? Thank you for having me, John. I'm very excited to be here.
Thank fuck. He just has a vaguely Soviet uniform. I was expecting him to go like tape his eyes like this and like, oh, thank you, Donna Doyle, thank you for having me. Like, I was expecting him to go like full mask off, like racist. Like, I mean, you know John Doyle, but you have to admit there was a slight bit that was like, he's gonna go like full mask off. Like, you could see like the pieces of scotch tape taping his eyes like this. that would have been so. Even though I said it before, thank you again for the $5 that you sent.
Well, believe me, the pleasure
minutes.
is all ours, officer. Now, I do have to apologize for some of the rhetoric that you had to endure earlier for Mr. Doyle, which I'm sure that you found
Keep in mind
extremely offensive. Oh, no, not really. So,
we still have 4 minutes
what happened
left
for us
for
today?
Yellowface.
Can you tell us a little bit about how it wasn't your fault and so you shouldn't have to take responsibility for it? Well, simply put, we are...
This was May 11th, 2020. This was what, 6 or 7 months ago.
are the superior people on this earth, which means that it's our job to rule over the rest
Hold
of...
on.
Well, simply put, we are the superior people on this earth, which means that it's our job to rule over the rest of mankind, and so we're looking to continue our conquest throughout Asia. The United States decided to enact an oil embargo, and we've since re-strategized to get our oil from the East Indies. The problem being that while the Dutch and British aren't explicitly allied with the Americans, they're fairly amicable with each other. And since America occupies territories that are beside our supply lines, such as the Philippines and Guam... Yeah, that's classic America, right? Always taking land from native populations.
Yeah, America does take land from native populations and say this is mine. I just want to say that $50 is not safe. It's not safe yet. Oh no, Straw John is isn't far off the it's actually a pretty good screen grab. Let's take that snipping tool. Let's just grab that face. Save as doily. Really. But like he still has to ask his mom to like come in and help him wipe. John Doyle, you are a man child. I still like refuse to believe that he is like over the age of 18. I refuse to believe he got his GAD. Like the kind you're almost scared of wiping. You don't want to see the action. It's one of those ones where you go straight into the shower.
Yeah, that's classic America, right? Always taking land from native populations.
Like that's the face you make when like after you wiped it, like you check to like see how bad the damage is. That's the face you make. Like that's sorry. I've made that face in the bathroom a couple times.
Right, so given the geographic implications of the American, everyone's illegal on stolen land, am I right? Do you mind if, okay, thank you.
Is John tinfoil like based? Is John tinfoil based? Like
so given
everyone's legal on stolen land? What we've been saying? I'll thank you for the streamy. Okay. Back to John John Strawman Oil and John Ching Chong Oil. I don't know, some racist depiction of
given the geographic
Asian people.
implications of the American military bases and controlled territories, we really couldn't risk losing everything that we've been fighting for as a result of an American decision to enter the war. So we elected to cripple the ability of the Americans to mobilize against Imperial Japanese interests. So basically what you're saying is that America was unfairly targeting you. We were singling you out because you're different, because maybe you look a little bit different than we do, maybe because you invade a little.
Does John Strawman have a have like correct opinions, but they're just like in the wrong direction? They're like targeted towards the wrong people.
little bit different than we do. Is that what you're telling us? I guess you could say that. I think that's sort of missing the point. I think really, can I chime in for a second? Why is it that we're so concerned?
Alright, real John Doyle is back. Sorry, alright, red tie is real John Doyle, blue tie is correct John Doyle, and then fascist outfit is I don't know, idealist John Doyle, because I know John Doyle is fascist, but I don't know what version of him the fascist outfit represents.
About people's feelings right now. What happened was an act of war against the United States of America, and it should be met with a proportionate response. And that's okay, exactly. Jack, so let me get this straight. You're talking about going to war now because of Japan, but while Hitler's been acting in Europe for years, you've been preaching a policy of neutrality. So why is it that you're backtracking on that when it comes to Japan? Are you in support of what Hitler is doing? What?
Real John was apparently in this weird triple, there's 3 John Doyles. There's 3 of these 12-year-olds who live in their mom's basement who cosplay as like a CNN host, a John Doyle, and then a fascist Japanese general or whatever he's supposed to be. All these John Doyles exist. And apparently the real John Doyle was here the whole time. And I forget my usual.
Why is it that you're backtracking on that when it comes to Japan? Are you in support of what Hitler is doing? What?
Oh, now I remember. Like the whole like America was trying to stay neutral in World War II. Yeah, America was, because after World War One, we were like, shit, we kind of spent a lot of money on that, and that kind of fucked us over. And then after that, they're like, we have this we just went to this really big war. It was World War One. This was the first war that like it was called the Great War. Like I know a decent bit about World War One. I love World War One history. I got to be honest, I really want to learn more about it. But then all of a sudden, America was like, man, we don't want to get involved in World War Two. Imperial Japan was expanding into China and Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, all that shit. Germany invaded Poland, France, Hungary. I don't know what other countries. Spain probably invaded all over Europe. They were like, no, we don't want to get involved. Which, to be honest, fair response. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but I understand the logic behind it. And it's like, Japanese attack Pearl Harbor, and I know some people who would say that the war in Europe was, from an American point, was unjustified. Which, to be honest, I a little bit disagree with, just because like of the whole genocide thing, where I'm just kind of like, I think even if people are doing a thing within their own country, I think there becomes a point where you need to, as an outside observer, you do need to step in and kind of like be like, what you doing? not great. Like, I don't know if anybody in chat, like I know Nitz was he was older. I don't know about you, Gregory, but when I was in school, we got preached, don't be a bystander to bullying. So it was a similar thing, where it's just kind of like, yes, I don't know if there was America World Police mindset seeping its way into education, which wouldn't shock me given the American education system is garbage. But I wouldn't be. But there comes a point where, like, if somebody is from a country is murdering millions of people based on their ethnicity, you have to like intervene. And yeah, I am not. I know there are some leftists and like some people in like liberal leftist sphere who are for who are against going the who are like, obviously this is post hoc put after the event, um after like people going think, oh, US should not have gotten involved in Europe. Yeah, I'm not against the US getting involved in Europe in World War II, just because of the absolutely abhorrent, horrible shit that was going on. I think us getting involved was. Now, do I think we were justified going to Vietnam or the Middle East? Probably not. That shit. Like, Europe, okay. They were murdering, what was it? 6 million people? Was it 6 million Jews? 6 million Jews alone, and then 5 million like people who are gay, liberal, like anything that was not. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's a lot of justifications that would properly justify going to war, but yeah, I agree. Just trying to prevent genocide or mitigate genocide is a good one. Even though, as the United States of America, we're not that great with genocide and just being shitty to people who are of a certain ethnicity. We're not that great. Let's see, when did the last slave die? I don't want to laugh at this, but this is not funny. This is in no way funny. But the last slave who died was 5 years before the end of World War II. 12 years before my dad was born. Let me rephrase. Let me say that again. 12 years. 12 before my dad, my father, was born. I am 21. Like, I know my parents had kids late, but I don't fucking care. Like, but I am one generation away from being within my lifetime of of somebody who was a slave being alive. Somebody who was owned as property based on the color of their fucking skin being alive. I am just over, slightly over one generation of being alive at the same time as somebody who's owned by the color of their skin. My grandma was born in 1920. I think she's 97, 96 or 97, my grandma. So she was born like, my grandma was alive at the same time as somebody who was a slave. That is fucking important. Here's another source claiming same shit. This let's just see. Burning American flag. Just get some this just feels better. Yeah. We can just take a breather and just like look at this. Oh yeah, that's what I want. That's what I like. We still got 2 minutes to go.
No, Hitler is allied with Imperial Japan. Imperial Japan attacked us. Like, I don't even understand how that makes sense. You're literally promoting the agenda of our enemy. I don't know why you... Mr. Jack, I'd like to continue, please. So, Officer Malika, I understand that you were led to believe by intelligence...
Also, I won't spend the time on this like it has been on the... Yeah. MLK was born in 29. I forget what year my grandma was born. She's like mid to late 90s. My uncle went to the he didn't meet Martin Luther King like personally, but he was I think Martin Luther King did a speech at his high school. So like I'm one generation removed from Martin Luther King. Also, I would like to like point out, couldn't do like a different voice or like anything. Please. But I finished this and beer goes right through me, so I gotta pee. Sorry, chat. I apologize for telling you my bodily functions.
Link established. Mic on.
Okay. Link established. Mic on. I am back. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. My attention span is a whopping like 10 seconds. So let's let John Doyle say more stupid shit.
That all 3 American aircraft carriers were going to be docked this morning, but upon your arrival, they were not there because they were out at sea. So, how does this misinformation from the United States affect your ability to operate effectively? Oh my God. That's correct, John, and it really was discouraging, but thankfully, we were. Are you seriously doing this right now? Mr. Doyle, Fukuyo America didn't interrupt when you were speaking.
He literally refers to himself as Mr. Doyle. So you know that this person here holds his opinions from John Doyle's own admission. You don't name your OC after yourself if they aren't like sorry, if they aren't like at least pretty close to you. Like, you know, this fascist bootlicker right here, who's also playing this fascist bootlicker. Like, if it wasn't disgusting, I would take this shoe and lick it for a joke. It's one of my Vans. But also, if you paid me $100, first, I to be honest, even if you paid me $100, I'll pour alcohol on this and then lick it. But yeah, I'll get myself a pair of boots that are solely for licking as a gag. Yeah. Oh, I might have a pair. Where did those boots go? I love the. I'll have to look. I might have a pair of boots that, to be honest, I would really like to have right now. Because part of the design on the bottom, but like on the boot, like here is like the heel. There on the heel there was like an anarchy A, and then like around here these are all anarchy symbols, and I would love to have that right now. As to be honest, right now I am a probably I don't know which one I am, but Democratic Socialist, Social Democrat. But ooh, oh boy, want to become famous? Ooh, how do I ban this shit? Bye bye. Okay. Bye bye, you're banned. you for the like 5 seconds in chat of giving me another viewer, but I had a boot that had like the anarchy A on the bottom, so if it was wet, I walked around, I would leave the anarchy A symbol around. But they were pretty great. I should get a pair. I used to work at a Converse store. I realized those are Vans, but I used to work at a Converse store, and so I have a ton of shoes. But I could have a pair of shoes that I just dedicate to my bootlicking shoes. Because particularly, especially this man here, the bootlicker. Let's see. Let me see if I can find him. Leather. Yeah. See? I have this meme saved on my phone, but it's too accurate. 2K Boomer. I also just realized that bot's name QK Boomer 548. But like, yeah, ACAB. Anyway, finally
so
finishing this video.
Extend him the same respect.
Been 3 hours.
What is the matter with you? You have the audacity to attack us while we're sleeping and then purport yourself to be this quintessential figure for common decency. And you, John, why on God's green earth would you allow him on the network when you know that he shouldn't be here?
Wait, so is this character's name John Doyle? FDR defenders claim attacked while sleeping. Neglect possibility of nightmare. Who does he think he's arguing against? Oh yeah, definitely John Deep Throats that police fascist boot. He just goes. Like he goes. He loves it all the way. Like, have you ever seen those videos where like you can see it like going down the throat? He likes it all the way down here. He loves it. Or either that, or he wants like the belly bulge. Like, have you ever seen those videos of like somebody who takes like a massive dildo up their ass? Like you can see it like through their stomach. That's what he wants. Except it's like a nice like fascist boot up there.
Are you serious? Why is it that you don't think he should be here, Jack? You know exactly what I mean. Earlier this morning, these people deliberately attacked. What do you mean by these people, Jack? Are you serious right now? Look at him. He's learning. Mr. Lemon, I think he's doing that thing that you mentioned earlier again. Oh my, Officer Malika, is he offending you right now? Yes, that's it. He's
It's not about being offended, John Doyle. I'm sorry, they keep hitting my mic, but I'm just like, I can't. I cannot deal with this. This fucking idiot. Fucking 12-year-old fascist, white supremacist, racist ass idiot. Is he offending you? No, that's not what it's about. I don't think anybody's saying that Japan attack, but like I still don't think it's. I could pin it on the average Japanese citizen. Like, I don't think I could grab like. I don't even want to make up a name because I'm just gonna say something racist. But I could just go to like some random house in Japan and be like, you destroyed Pearl Harbor, and like, no, they would have nothing to do with it. Fucking stupid. Oh yeah, I am definitely gonna send this one to Anna and or Jake
Offending me right
during
now.
their
No, help,
next
I'm so offended.
chud
Help America.
slash
We're gonna have to
trash
excuse you from
Steam.
this segment since you clearly cannot contain your prejudice. Oh, God forbid. John, I am so sorry for offending you. In the meantime...
Also, why did they switch sides? This is just more as somebody who, I have a film minor at where I'm currently going to school. Why did they switch sides? This is not good, just like film editing, directing. Like, not. He should stay over here. And the guest comes in. And then maybe you could add all three in, and then when it goes back to this guy and the Japanese guy, condense it back to two, keeping this guy over on the left, and it just now it's just confusing, especially because they're all the same person, and he put 2 seconds of effort to making them seem different.
Why don't you ask the officer here about the hundreds of thousands of people that were slaughtered in Nanking by his country? Why don't you ask him about their use of chemical weapons or about the human experimentation? You've awoken a sleeping giant, and I hope...
Why don't you ask America about their use of chemical weapons on their own civilians? Why don't you ask about their use of keeping US citizens in fucking camps? Why don't you ask the same shit about America, John? You fucking fascist.
Hope that... Oh! Looks like his feed cut out. Must have been a bad signal. Well, that's what happens when you have that much hatred in your heart. It blinds you from seeing the truth. So, Officer Malika, I apologize on behalf of my country for the discrimination.
Even though this is a straw man, I would have a better time talking to this weird fucking straw man of a liberal than the actual John Doyle. Oh yeah, tear gas and pepper spray are both banned in the Geneva Convention.
Nation that your people have faced and will continue to face from those in my country who are bigoted. And again, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope to see you again soon. Oh, I think I'll be seeing America again very soon. Well, that about wraps it up for us, so thank you for tuning in to the most trusted source in news. And remember, the enemy of the people...
Most trusted source in news? Like, what? I really never understood this whole, like, all the liberals watch CNN. Like, no, I don't watch CNN. Like, the only time I checked CNN was during the election, and that was just because I was checking between AP, New York Times, and CNN. And those were the only, I just checked between those three just to see who was calling what and when. And also because Hannah mentions it, the AP has called every US presidential election since the 1800s for almost 200 years. AP has called every US election. Why do they have a problem with it now? I know it's because they lost, and this is the face of a loser.
Is not the press,
In fact,
and it's not the actual enemy of the people. The real enemy of the people is the person who tries to point out who's an enemy, because by doing that, that person is marginalizing others, which is offensive and intolerant. You can't have any tolerance.
Loser.
Good night, everyone, and remember, for 10,000 years.
Get gamered on XD. Okay. Now that we have watched John Doyle's shit show. I don't know. I mean, Truggery, at this point, you have given me money. You have given me more money than anyone else who could possibly be here. Sorry. I'm a New Yorker. I talk with my hands a lot, and having an object in front of me that picks up my talking, not conducive to talking with my hands. You can choose what we watch. I'm saying Mimsy Moon's hashtag walkaway story. We can find another John Doyle. This one seems to be about abortion, so that could be a fun one. We got the Young Conservative Brothers. This one could be fun because I've seen this video who's in the thumbnail, so I assume they talk about that guy. Or we could watch a Blair White video. She's real dumb. What's lowest IQ in history? Ooh. I feel like she might be in this category. Yeah, I know. It's just like you're the first person who's done it. It's like I will let you pick out of my choices. We can do a Blair White video of reaction to transgender kids comics. The Young Conservative Brothers who are dumbasses. And I know Jake is dumb. I have a feeling that means that they're your your vote. Or we could do a Mimsy Moon's walk away story. I will have to, like, my big thing is like I don't want to overlap with Hannah or Jake, but I like streaming later in the day, and usually Hannah or Jake are streaming later in the day. Usually Jake, and then Hannah streams earlier, so I don't want to overlap with either. It's like, maybe I'll dedicate Wednesdays to like bottom of. I'm thinking of calling it bottom of the barrel streams. And then we'll watch shit like this Wednesdays. Because then people who want to do D&D stuff can go do Jake's D&D. At least then it's not a direct competition. And at least if it's not like a direct competition, I can feel better about it. Like, I definitely don't want to stream like this at the same time Jake's doing his trash streams. Yeah, like Blair just makes me angry. Same. Blair just makes me angry because she's so fucking stupid. Like, let's see, koala brain. Like, this, like Blair White. Like, she's almost as smooth as like a koala's brain. Like, this is almost as smooth as Blair White's brain. She doesn't even have like that fold down the middle. What is this? 8-year-old. Oh, no, that's just sad. This poor kid with a brain tumor wanted to meet a koala. Let's see. Smoothest object ever. So now this is how. This is a real life model of Blair White's brain. And as seeing as Nitz has not come back from a commercial break, unless he wants to come back right now and submit his vote or her vote or their vote. I don't know what pronouns they use. I'll let them know that we have a choice of between a Meth Sea Moon, Walker Rice Story, Young Conservative Brothers, and Blair Dumbass. That shit's funny. Blair's brain is like a baby's butt. Smooth, small, smooth, and spews shit. I might make an executive decision and say, we're doing this. Go with Young Conservative Brothers. You know what? Alright. I'll roll my d20. And here it is. My d20. If it's over 10, we'll do Young Conservative Brothers. If it's less than 10, we'll do a Meth Sea Moon. That's a 5. I know that doesn't prove it. Oh crap, you can't even see it. But we'll do Meth Sea Moon. Okay, I'll roll up my sleeve. Get the band out. Start shooting up. D&D? Oh yeah, I play D&D. I've been debating streaming it and kind of go against it because my friends are a bunch of fucking idiots. And I don't want any of us accidentally saying anything that's against TOS. Yeah, I've been thought about either grabbing, starting an online game with some randos, either from the Han and Jake community or Malavath, who is an art streamer that I watch. She's real sweet. But currently, my character is a Saiyan monk. Yeah, I've only done like a couple games in person, but even then it was so like mixed because our DM wanted to play with a friend from his old school. This was at college, so he wanted to play with a friend from high school. And then I didn't stick around for that session too long just because it was like mixed and it was just kind of awkward. But now I'm playing with some friends from my old school, and we're all playing on Roll20, which isn't perfect, but it's better than no D&D. I have a feeling this time we will hear about some of her math usage. Also, I definitely don't want to like put any negativity towards her, but I was just kind of like shocked that Squid didn't raid me, but I definitely don't want to feel like I was just kind of like, ah, yes, raid me. I'm mentioning I'm streaming so you can raid me, please, please, please. But yeah, I don't know why I mentioned that, but anyway, nobody has to raid or donate or anything to me, please. Give it to somebody far better than me. You're a dumbass who is still recovering from meth brain. Do not say you teach kids something from a conservative point of view. You're stupid.
I wanted to make this walk-away video to share my story in hopes that it might be a help or inspiration to others. But I held back because I really wasn't sure if my experience qualified as a walk-away story. Besides, as someone who presents themselves as an influencer of young people, my story isn't super kid-friendly. But
oh boy. We're gonna get some talk about how she's a rub and tug girl. Oh, she didn't put her favorite influencers in this video. Uh-oh. 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 As a refugee Iraqi's girl during Obama's presidency, more than 500,000 children died. Yeah. Yeah, Obama was a little too happy with those drone strikes, and more than 2,000 died in Iraq from drone attacks. Yeah, what a horrible. Yeah, Obama, not that great. Kind of said that he was like one of our best presidents. I have no favorite president, but I believe Trump is fighting human human traffic, child traffic, no wars in Muslim countries. And yesterday I saw his platinum plan for black communities. Why? He literally tried to ban Muslim people from just entering the country. He said, alright, if you're from a predominantly Muslim country, you can't come here. Like, what? This. I.
Hi guys. I wanted to tell my story today in Walkaway. The reason I have covered my face is because of my job. Something very bad can happen to me.
Well, if something very bad can happen to you from espousing some opinions, maybe your opinions are incorrect. I believe in God, although I lost a lot of people in this war, families and friends. I'll blame Hillary, Obama, and Biden. I don't understand why these three people are still worshipped. Obama, meh. Oh, Biden, meh. Hillary, eh. I'd say it'd be like, oh, Hillary, then maybe it's just because he's more recent, but Obama and Biden above them. Maybe it's just because Biden's more recent and he's a lot more progressive. He's running on a much more progressive platform. Maybe my relatives' lives really didn't matter. What? Their lives. What? They blame Trump 24 hours for all the. What are you talking? No, if she is. Okay, you know what? Props to her for getting out of that shit. But I'm a little hesitant to believe this. That she would say, yeah, Obama's bad, but Trump, that guy knows what's going on. And be a little hesitant to believe.
I think y'all can handle it, and I think it really deserves to be told. Most people tell their wonderful stories of how they left the Democrat Party and will now be voting Republican or have become independent. And I sure do love me a good walk-away story. So how is my story different?
It's gonna be a story.
I knew absolutely nothing about politics.
Sounds
I barely
like
had the vaguest notion about the difference between a Republican and a Democrat.
It sounds like you still know nothing about any of this.
I wasn't very socially aware at all.
You're still not.
I've never voted in my
I still doubt you have ever voted.
entire life. Not even in the last presidential election. It had never even crossed my mind.
To be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if she just espoused all this shit and then didn't even. Yeah, talks about voting for being pro-Trump, but it wouldn't shock me if she just like did not vote for Trump.
So, what has been occupying my mind and my life since I left my parents' house when I was just 14 years old?
Yeah, and maybe going out and then being a rub and tug girl on Craigslist is unhealthy, and you should have social programs that'll get you started so you don't have to go to these unhealthy lifestyles that will lead you to make snortlings hollow.
You want the cold hard truth? Drugs, drinking, dealing, sex work, jail, lots of boyfriends and girlfriends.
Drugs. Hey.
Dealing, sex work, drugs, 15 years old.
Yeah, let's go through this list.
You want the cold hard truth? Drugs.
Drugs should be destigmatized and mostly decriminalized. If you get arrested for having drugs, you should not be put in jail. You should go to rehab if you need it. Also, to be honest, really, like, I'm kind of with Jake on this one. Like, if we want to set up an environment where you can go safely do a little bit of meth and it's done safely, and they like say we're not gonna let you do this more to a point where you would become addicted to it, I'm fine with that. But like, drugs should be decriminalized. You should not be put in jail for having a recreational amount of drugs on you. Okay, next. Drinking again. As long as you're doing it in a healthy amount, like it's empty, but I had a couple beers today. That's a healthy amount. Don't don't do this. Don't do this shit in unhealthy amounts. If you need help, destigmatize. Yeah. Yeah, like there are some states who take the taxes made from legalizing weed towards and put it towards rehab. There you go. Problem pays for itself. But same thing with alcohol. Like, yeah, it can become a problem. But if you're like me, if you're having like, you know, maybe 1 or 2 beers a night on average, you probably don't have a problem. Like, and still there, I don't even have like a beer every night. But like, that's probably not a problem. Dealing. Again, a problem that would be solved by legalizing. Oh yeah, shrooms. Those are pretty epic. I definitely don't speak from experience, but pretty great. Legalize them. They can help a lot with PTSD. But dealing, again, something that would help with legalizing and decriminalizing. Something that should be destigmatized. It's usually something that people are forced to when they're in poverty, which is a symptom of capitalism. Sex work. Who cares? If you want to do that, go ahead. I have friends who are sex workers. To be honest, if I had the money, I have one friend, I would pay for his porn. If I had the money.
Jail, lots of drinking, dealing, sex work, jail.
Jail. All those things you said before this, you should not go to jail for.
Lots of boyfriends and girlfriends.
Lots of girlfriends and boyfriends, who cares? If you want to have lots of boyfriends and girlfriends, like, cool. That's nice. Some people don't, some people do. You've never done drugs, but and don't have any intention to, like, that's cool. Like, but if somebody else wanted to, like, they can. Like, I respect your opinion, your choice not to do them, as much as I respect somebody's choice to do them. Like, to be honest, I think you should because it's pretty fun. But and yeah, sex work is real work. I have, I do have a kink, a couple of kink social media accounts, and I talk to a couple people on them, and then I also have some friends that I know personally in real life, like outside of social media, who have like an OnlyFans or something like of that line, and they yeah. To be honest, that's what I was talking about. I would pay for his porn. Sex work is pretty lit.
Having 4 kids all with different fathers.
Again, this is something that could, if you didn't want those kids, you could, if we had better sex education, better funded Planned Parenthood, more easily available abortions, that wouldn't be a problem.
Being a welfare mom.
Being a welfare mom, there's nothing wrong with that. There's some weird stigmatization of being on unemployment and being on welfare or anything like that, Medicaid, Medicare. There's some weird stigma that these crazy right-wing people put on it.
Scamming stores and
Scamming stores, I don't know what she means by that.
later enabling teenage daughters who were following my path.
Teenage daughters who are fun. If your kid wants to do sex work, cool. Let them. Make sure they're doing it safely. Now, I'm not saying you should go around watching it and subscribing to their OnlyFans, but don't be like, you do. You post porn on the interwebs? Yuck. Not any daughter of mine or son of mine or non-binary child of mine. Yeah, like, would you rather have died than been on welfare? Yeah, and to be honest, this is probably contributing to it. Like, I have considered applying for unemployment because I am at school, but I am stuck at home because I don't have a car. And I've considered applying for unemployment, and I acknowledge probably a good chunk of the reason that I haven't done it. Part of the reason is I don't want to take it away from people who need it more than I do. I live with my parents. They're paying for food, house, all that other stuff. And I would just be using it to save up for a car or any other little things. And I acknowledge that part of the reason I didn't was probably because of this whole stigma of being on unemployment or welfare, whatever you want to call it. It's just a pain to deal with.
And then blaming them for being the reason that I smoked and drank every day.
Maybe if they were shitty and abusive, maybe your exes did contribute to your drug habits.
You may say, wow, Mimsy, I guess you were just a really terrible person. Well,
no, I don't. I think maybe now you have become a terrible person, but I think you could be saved. Like, I don't think being a victim of abuse and then therefore turning to drugs makes you a terrible person.
no, I was actually a very nice person. I mean, I was always trying to stay one step ahead of those dreaded cops, but
Mimsy Moon says a cab. A cab?
I was very well liked and even respected in my community of fellow drug addicted welfare moms and various criminal meth heads.
I was well liked among the meth heads. She said it, not me.
I wasn't evil. I was ignorant. I lacked a moral compass. I compared myself to what I knew and I didn't see anything wrong.
It's going downhill from here.
My mom and my stepdad were middle class, but they weren't loving people. They never said much of anything to me and never bothered to teach me right from wrong. When I became a rebellious teenager, drinking, sneaking out, being promiscuous.
Maybe because that's also, we don't teach kids how to drink responsibly. We demonize alcohol for a long time and say it's awful. And then all of a sudden kids have like a drink and they're like, oh wow, that wasn't awful, I felt fantastic. And then they drink excessively once they get some sort of freedom. Like, my parents, when I was growing up, like as a teenager and stuff, they didn't give me copious amounts of alcohol, but they didn't like hide me from it. I would have like they kind of took like the approach of like, oh, I'll have like they let me have like a drink with yeah. I mean, not so much other drugs outside of alcohol, but at least until I get older, like, I've talked with my parents about weed, but like I'd have like a glass of wine with dinner. I'd have like a couple drinks when we went to like a family friends party, or like I'd have a beer on occasion at home. It was just kind of like it just kind of like destigmatized it. So once I went away to college, I didn't feel that super need to like go like chug every bit of alcohol in sight that I can get my hands on. And like we just need to destigmatize alcohol.
They never sat me down and talked to me about it. They kicked me out, and I hit the streets.
It sounds like you had shitty parents, and I apologize for that.
And I got by any way I could. And well, I could write a book on what happened next, but I'll spare you my life story and get to my point. No, I wasn't a Democrat, but what I was an extreme liberal.
Yeah, like I mean, my parents like usually if you're having like pasta or something for dinner, like and they would have like a glass of wine, they say, "Oh, do you want a glass of wine with dinner?" And like I'd have like a glass of wine with dinner. But distracting me.
I wasn't a Democrat, but what I was an extreme liberal.
Okay, so she was an extreme liberal. What the fuck is an extreme liberal? Like, is she... So she would have like... So she would have been excited about Joe Biden winning the election? Is that what an extreme liberal is? God. So what does she think a Democrat is? Does she think a Democrat is like me? I'm not a Democrat. Like in New York, I'm not even like registered Democrat, which I might switch, but I'm not a Democrat. I don't like Joe Biden. I don't. He sucks. He's better than Trump, but this is like Joe Biden's like a dog shit, and like Trump is like a rhinoceros shit. Like a dog shit I can pick up in like a little plastic baggie, but like the other one I need like a shovel for. I don't know. She said she was an extreme liberal. I have no clue what an extreme liberal is. This.
Some of you may be saying, hey, that's not fair. I'm a liberal and I'm not a criminal or a drug addict. And of course, I hear you. But hear me out. All the people that fit.
I've broken a couple laws and done a couple drugs.
My description: people who use and deal drugs, have a bunch of baby daddies, are promiscuous, scamming, living off of taxpayers' dime, etc. How many of those people do you think would identify as a conservative?
I'd be willing to bet probably at least a solid 90% of them, because a solid 90% of them don't, because the other 10% are just idiots, and the other 90% at least understand how the world works. Trump is a shit sandwich and Biden is a mayonnaise sandwich. God, it's like only mayonnaise. Be awful. So is she saying that because a majority of like impoverished drug dealers and other people like that would not be conservatives, therefore conservatives are right? Another psychic prediction, much like John Doyle defending racial slurs.
Let me put it to you another way. I didn't vote, but if I had, which side would I have voted for? For the tolerant side, of course. The side that's all for being queer and gender fluid and sexual experimentation and is against slut shaming. The side that believes that sex work is real work and it feels good. Why?
She's saying all this, but again, much like John Doyle defending racial slurs, I would put money on that she's saying she would have voted for the party that is against all of this that she's saying.
Why not? The side that's all for socialism and the welfare state. Hey, I wasn't about to go out and get a real job. The side that's pro.
Oh no, she's gonna say like, oh, I just wanted to get all my stuff for free, so I would have voted for the Democrats, because socialism is all about getting stuff for free and not doing anything. You're just wrong, Meth Mood.
Single mother, pro-abortion, and anti-consequence.
So she had correct opinions for a little while, and then she was like, nah, abandoning all that shit, and I'm going racist, misogynist, transphobic, homophobic, all that, all the other phobias and isms. Oh yeah, Democrats, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, all famous socialists.
The side that wouldn't judge me for using drugs or stealing from stores.
She's saying all this like in retrospective, so why would she switch sides?
Hey, I could have really gotten behind that whole defund the police thing.
Yes, fuck the police.
I definitely wouldn't have voted for the side that would insist I take personal responsibility for my choices, work hard for what I want, or...
She legit thinks that like anybody who's like on the left just wants everything for free and doesn't want any consequences for their actions. The people on the right complain about cancel culture all the fucking time, and they're just like, oh yeah, well like, oh, you should be able to fire us for that. I just said like, oh, why can't you go back to the kitchen and suck my penis? But like, you shouldn't be able to fire me for that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Why?
These consequences for my actions? No, thank you. and strong values, good morals. You, boring.
That doesn't even deserve a response.
Did I mention I'm from California? So, to what?
As if that has anything to do with it. Maybe it has to do with the quality of meth she gets.
Do I owe my big transformation other than my move to Texas? I owe it.
So she did a bunch of meth and moved to Texas. You've heard about two minutes. Where do I fall? Oh boy. I mean, I am. Oh yeah, you came back just in time to hear how Mimsy is telling her walkaway story from the left of the Democrat. Pick up the phone. If you haven't seen this woman before, first of all, I would recommend clicking that follow button so you can see more of her meth fueled nonsense. But sorry, I gotta chill. But she is a former rub and tug girl from Craigslist who was addicted to meth, and she has basically just said, I don't want to be on the left where they just want everything for free and don't want any consequences for their actions, which is not what the left wants. We want people to be able to have a basic standard of living and, not live out on the streets and die in poverty. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm in a similar situation. I registered as independent just because I didn't want a ton of phone calls primarily, and I'm in New York, so it's a blue state where my vote doesn't matter a ton. But your vote still does matter in local elections. So you should still register to vote and vote in elections. Because your vote still does very much count in local elections for your local mayor or local Senate representatives or representatives for the House and whatever your smaller elections are that you're voting for. Those matter. And so you should end up voting in the you should end up voting in the presidential election. You always vote. Yeah. Yeah, and to be honest, I'm in favor of kind of either at minimum reworking the electoral college. To be honest, getting rid of it entirely because it's kind of shit. Like Joe Biden won. Let's see. 2016 election results. Here we go. This election wound up being the same electorally by the same amount that this election is. Election results. Yeah. So Joe Biden will be at 306 after Georgia, and Trump will be at 232. But Hillary won by 4 million votes, and Joe Biden has won by nearly 6 million votes. Yeah, ranked choice voting would be amazing. Which, I mean, I assume there's only a couple of people in chat. Also, Nits, I'd like to know what movie you're watching, if you're still here. But ranked choice voting would be optimal. Fantastic. I'd love ranked choice voting, because then I could feel not as bad for voting for Joe Biden. Which, sadly, I had to. But anyway, back to Messy Moon, who really has not said much so far.
To a power greater than myself, my wonderful current husband, and Donald Trump. California. So, to what do I owe my big transformation other than my move to Texas? I owe it to a power greater than myself, my wonderful current husband, and Donald Trump.
So her walkway from the left is because of she moved to some conservative place in Texas, obviously not Houston or Austin, but her probably dog shit husband, God. Okay, I'll probably get off after this video. It's currently 3:04 a.m. for me, so I don't know when you'll be back. Yeah, like, like South Park is, South Park is pretty good, but they're pretty funny sometimes, but even some of the shit is so easy that they can nail it. So, some conservative place she moved to in Texas. God, her husband, probably dog shit, and Donald Trump, who is definitely dog shit.
You might say, what? Trump is your personal savior? Oh, please. But let me explain.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'd say.
A couple of years before he became our 45th president, I met a good man. Why he decided to give someone like me with a family like mine a chance, I'll never really know. But I guess I was kind of pretty and he was pretty gullible. And even through some really tough times, he never gave up on me. And he made me want to be a better person. Over time, I just let go of some of my bad habits. I even ended up getting a real job for the first time in my life.
Does she still have that job, or does she give it up to do this bullshit? This adventures in Methlings Hollow.
But I still didn't know anything about politics or watch.
You still don't know anything.
News, or even follow the 2016 election.
You
the
probably
second
still
Donald
haven't.
Trump was elected, I was intrigued. A sort of political light was switched on inside of me. He made it all so interesting. Donald.
So a fascist got elected, and then all of a sudden you were like, ooh, Sounds like fun.
Trump, the billionaire guy from The Apprentice. Why did people elect him president?
They didn't. The Electoral College did. He lost by the popular vote by 4 million votes.
And the news, well, it was more exciting.
Oh, you don't know about Mimsy Moon? Here, let's open up her channel just so we can show you the thumbnails for her other videos. So she is, according to her own bio. Oh, no. She is 100% real. She has a show teaching conservative values with a puppet named Piper, who is a straw man of a leftist. And she is a former meth addict who used to be a let me get the wording right. A Craigslist rub and tug girl. Who yeah. No, I just love explaining what the lore of Metsy Moon to people. It's fun. I'm sure we'll be watching more of her, so if you want to see more of that, click that follow button. So I'm just kidding. You don't have to, but it would be appreciated.
But wait, something wasn't right. Every news anchor at every news channel is non-stop bragging on our new president.
Yeah, because he's a racist, fascist piece of dog shit.
Didn't we just elect him?
He lost the popular vote by 4 million people.
So I took to the internet in search of the truth.
And you found out that he lost the popular vote by 4 million people.
I was blown away by what I learned. I was introduced to the difference between a conservative and liberal ideology for the first time in my life.
And you chose poorly. Hey.
You chose poorly.
Sounds about right.
And with the life that I'd lived, the life that I'd left behind, and the personal satisfaction and newfound happiness that I'd experienced, the more I learned, the more I knew instinctively what side was right and what side that I belonged to. And my daughters, well, their stories were as bad or worse than mine.
Okay, you're a federal employee. My dad works for the post office. So, I mean, I don't know what you do, but it's yeah. You can't be worse than this if you're here.
They always followed in my footsteps, and thank God they didn't stop. Even one coming so far as to have been living under a bridge with a needle in her arm, to becoming clean and sober with a good job, and is now a mentor and inspiration to others. And the other, now a beautiful wife and mother, teaching conservative values to her.
Okay, yeah. I mean, post office gets shit on and is run poorly and needs to be run better and is at the standard employee level. There's no issue. There's nothing wrong on their part, but once you get into the higher ups, even like a postmaster, you start to see some issues. At least with the post office that my dad works at. Because his post office used to have 2 carriers. I assume you, when you said same here, you also work for the post office. But his office used to have 2 carriers, and then because the postmaster was trying to be the big hero and save a ton of money, she got rid of one of them. And then the other carrier, who's still there, now has over twice the average load for a mail carrier. Yeah, I mean, part of it is because private corporations couldn't came into it, and also another part of it was that they had a steward. I don't know if that might be what my dad does. I'm not sure exactly like the actual position name, but yeah, the post office has a part of the federal government. Something the federal government did was they put a what's it called? They put a cap on how much they could a union rep. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, it's not what my dad does, but I think a family friend is. He might be a union rep. Yeah, yeah. I have a family friend who is a union rep for the post office. But that's besides the point. Yeah, they had a called basically like they limited how much they could charge for stuff, and it kind of fucked over the post office because it never like got updated to like keep up with current economy. It was like you can charge $2 for this, but then like inflation and like other things happened, and all of a sudden $2 wasn't $2 anymore, and it's shit. Like I forget the exact number, but the office where my dad works, they have one carrier, and he does over I want to say 350 packages on his route. I don't know if I don't remember if that's the exact number, but it's basically he's a little over 2 what would be standard for 2 carriers for one office with one carrier, because this one person was supposed to be like, I'm gonna save the post office money, and it didn't work because they all wind up working overtime and paying more than paying for a second carrier. Nope. I'm in New York. Not even that far upstate. Nope.
Her daughter, who loves to watch Grandma's show. And look at me now. A job, a wonderful husband, and a beautiful family.
Wait, it is this the job she talks about? Is this what she means by a job? Because she can't monetize this channel yet. She has another 400 subscribers to go. You know, actually, you know what? I will shill to this. I will. I'll shill to this. If you wanna, if you wanna subscribe to me on YouTube and see if I can get 2 more subscribers than Messy Moon, which is like my random uploads for class mostly, and see if I can get to more subscribers than MC Moon. Let's see. She has 2 patrons. I checked her Patreon before. Yeah, she has 2 patrons, and she's getting like $5 a month. Which I don't really get how that's happening, so I assume she has 2 $3 a month patron. So she's not getting much, not getting anything from her YouTube channel. Getting $5 a month for her Patreon. Books. Here's somewhere. Rub. Yeah. Rub and Tug Girl on Craigslist. Let's see. This is the only one with a review. This book is awful in my opinion. This book is aimed at children while it pretends to be accepting. It's very clearly what the author is really saying. And it's okay to be gay or trans, but only in the way that I want. And certainly don't ever talk about it. Try to talk to children and explain to them it's okay to be LGBTQ2+. Literally, you're just pushing on this onto children. For instance, at one point, they're proud about having city children who are LGBTQ+, which he has a response to. Well, that seems unlikely, but I've only met one myself, at least until all this started. This is pretty common for propaganda. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I'm saying. Book is cringe, conservative propaganda. Don't spend the $3. Surprised there's an attack helicopter joke. Seems made up. But yeah, it's. I hope this isn't what she's considering her job.
And I now have the opportunity to teach other young people what I wish I'd been able to teach my own when they were young.
Sorry.
There's going to be a link coming up in a second, so you can check out my shows and hopefully give me some support. So,
actually, no,
I guess this is the end of my
you don't even get
walkaway
the dislike.
I hope you've enjoyed my story and gotten some benefit out of hearing it. And I guess I'll just end this the way that I do all of my shows by saying, bye, friends!
Okay, so that's that. Andy here because it's late, and I did all this nonsense. maybe we'll do this next Wednesday or some other time. You know, if you haven't already, I'm just gonna call you out because there aren't that many people here. Pick up the phone, click that follow button. But I'm kidding, joking. I mean, yes, click it. But I mean, if you didn't enjoy yourself, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But yeah, I appreciate it. Dreg, you gave me $5, $5 of actual money. Thank you so much. I hope you guys all had fun. I'll be back at some point, probably later this week. Tomorrow I have D&D, so maybe Friday I will maybe Friday or Saturday I will stream my friends and I might playing Among Us. So I haven't decided if I want to stream that yet, but maybe I'll do an Among Us stream with friends, with some of my friends. Yeah, so next stream will be Friday, Saturday night. Actually, depends what Jake is doing. Because, I mean, maybe I'll do Friday afternoon. They don't have classes on Friday. I'll do a Friday afternoon stream, maybe. And then, I mean, I assume most of you are from Hannah and Jake. I will go, then go to Hannah's stream, and take a break for a bit. Then go to Jake, watch Strash, and we'll see. I mean, right now, I'm just kind of figuring things out. As to a schedule, I'm still pretty new to this. I hope you all have a good night, or good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. You know, especially at this time, it's kind of wacky. Who knows where anyone is? Have a good whatever time it is. For me, it's night, so I'll say good night, and I'll see you again next stream. Thank you for whoever's followed, donated, whatever.